Okay, I'm going to ask that we all find our seats so that we can get started. If we could all come in, all grab a seat, so that we can get started with today's discussion. I allowed a little bit of time for everyone to wish each other a happy new year. It seems like it's something everyone wants to get out of their system quickly. And then some haven't seen others since before COVID. So we just allowed a little bit of time for that to happen. So if we could just please come in so that we can start with today's program. Okay, and if you're the last person to walk into, please close the door. Okay, I'm gonna ask just to please close the door for us. Thank you. All right. Welcome colleagues to today's civil society round table discussion on the Code of Good Practice on a Just Transition. This is one of 4 roundtable discussions that we will be hosting. The PAGE program that is currently being led by the Presidential Climate Commission in collaboration with a number of UN agencies, particularly for today's session, the ILO will be convening today's roundtable discussion. So thank you to everyone for honoring the invites to participate in today's roundtable discussion. The idea really is for us to have a frank and candid conversation about South Africa's just transition journey, how it impacts communities and particularly civil society organizations, and how we are practically feeling its implementation on the ground. We will be having a number of speakers who will be doing their presentations here today. But what we would like to encourage even more is lively and robust conversations. Like I said, today's session is specifically focusing on civil society. We will have one on Wednesday with organized labor, Thursday with government, and the following Monday, we will be meeting with the business constituency. The idea is to give each social partner an opportunity to, again, reflect on the just transition journey, reflect on how it's being felt at a grassroots level, and what can be done either through a code of good practice, and Lisa will come in and explain what we can achieve through a code of good practice, or what a code of good practice actually even is, and what we could sufficiently achieve through practical guidelines and principles for us to be able to attain a just transition. I'm just going to quickly take us through, before I get into my actual presentation, just a little bit of logistics. If you do have a device, to please keep it on silent. We are joined by a few people online, and we are recording this session, so it would be good not to hear ringtones while we are trying to transcribe what was being said in the session. Many of you do know NADLEC. We felt very passionately that we don't want to have this session in a hotel. We want to have it in a place where social dialogue usually takes place. So NADLEC was the natural host for this today's session. We will get into some context settings so that there's just a shared understanding as to what we're here today. We'll outline a bit of a problem statement for us here all today. The ILO will come in and give us a perspective on the just transition framing from the ILO. And then the ILO is then going to continue to give us some reflections on the just transition and labor market in South Africa. Community constituency has a key role to play even when we're talking about labor market dynamics here in South Africa. What you would have noted, and when we make our presentations, we'll also allude to the fact that informal sector workers are greatly impacted when there are decommissioning of power stations, or there is a restructuring or economic restructuring that happens in a particular industries. It affects communities, it affects their livelihoods, as well as it affects them in their localities. We're going to get into the nuts and bolts of what we're proposing here today with regards to Code of Good Practice, but most importantly, Lisa will come in and just give us a sort of a situational analysis, analyze the policy and legal review for a just transition here in South Africa. And then after lunch, Dr. Ruth Castell Branco from the Southern Center for Inequality Studies is going to come and give us some perspectives in terms of social protection for a just transition, which is very important to take note of and is quite pertinent for communities. And then we'll come in after that with an international experience from Colombia as well as Indonesia around where there has been a negotiation with social partners on a just transition, and community members have been quite active in that process. So really, we're trying to have a society-wide landscape in today's conversation, hence the need for us to have today's discussion with yourselves here today. Before this slips my mind, while we're developing a code of good practice on a just transition, there is a parallel process that's also taking place. I'll just introduce Renee, if you could maybe wave your hands. Yeah, so Renee and Kamel Marak are researchers and consultants that are going to be assisting us to develop a tool which basically goes to the heart of how do community members, how does labor, how does the various social partners come together and negotiate for a just transition, and how do they do this in their local settings. They've got a strong history of skills for the just transition and have a history of collective bargaining. So this makes them quite ideal to undertake this exercise for us. So during the lunch breaks, Renee will ask you if you are comfortable to have a conversation with her just to get your insights. Maybe she will pick up from the things you would have raised in today's session, or she'll just broadly ask a couple of questions. If you can also give her your approval to maybe contact you later. We don't want to violate any of the POPI rules. So that's logistics covered. I just want to take us through a few slides that can help us set a little bit of background and context for today's discussion. Oh, here's the pointer. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Just to set a little bit of context for our discussion here today, and I wanted to start at the Just Transition Framework for South Africa. Those who have been a part of PCC processes probably know a lot about the framework for a just transition in South Africa. Maybe let me take it a step back, because I see a lot of colleagues who are part of the NATLAG processes. Just to take it a step back to say, the Presidential Climate Commission is established as a result of a commitment from the 2018 Job Summit. At the time, the social partners were quite stern on the fact that there will be potential job losses as South Africa transitions to a low carbon economy. And what we really need to put in place is a coordinating commission that will coordinate various stakeholders and various government departments so that we can collectively, agree on the ambition that South Africa wants to achieve through a just transition in South Africa, but also to outline what the shared principles of this just transition would look like, and what issues would be the primary focus of such a coordinating commission. So one of the first things that the Presidential Climate Commission then did was to come up with this unifying vision of what we mean by a just transition in South Africa that we could all share and work towards achieving. And just to outline that, at the heart of it, the framework seeks an equitable distribution of risks and responsibilities in the context of historical liabilities for climate catastrophes. And at the heart of it really was around inclusive approaches to transition that involve the most affected in decision-making processes. Hence, this is even practiced here today through a roundtable of this nature, but also to encourage active support to not just workers, but also communities that are affected. There is often the misconception that a just transition is a worker issue only. Granted, the workers were quite instrumental in getting just transition mainstreamed into a number of discussions, but it's important that the experiences also felt by communities and they are also included in conversations, particularly because they could be affected by mitigation, which includes economic shift as well as physical impacts of climate change. Another aspect that the framework then prioritized was to use this opportunity that is created by a transition to a low carbon economy to primarily effect structural change in our economy. And by structural change, we mean who owns assets and resources, and how do we move towards providing redress to ensure that ownership of assets is now in the hands of those that are previously disadvantaged. Another important sort of contribution of the framework for a just transition in South Africa is the principles that we then were able to elevate that are then the focus of this framework for a just transition in South Africa. And if you've been to a number of our meetings, I don't think we ever skip mentioning the various justices that we seek to address as we transition to a low carbon economy. And really, they are centered around distributive justice, restorative justice, as well as procedural justice. Distributive justice in the sense that there needs to be equitable distribution of risk and responsibilities when addressing the impacts of the transition. So this means, unlike other previous transitions, distributive justice ensures that we don't create a small section of winners while there is a large cohort of losers that are then left behind in the transition. And then there's the question of restorative justice, which is difficult in practice, but still an ideal we must strive for. And really, this reflects issues related to redress of historical damages in order to rectify or ameliorate situations. And then the question of procedural justice. And when we say procedural justice, this is around how do we empower affected workers, communities, and small businesses so that they themselves can determine their own developmental pathway, as well as shape the way in which decisions are made. So these are the important principles that relate to our just transition journey to a low carbon economy. The interesting thing is that when the framework was being developed, these were interesting ideas to put on paper. What we're trying to do with the development of a code of good practice is how do you practically then ensure that indeed you practically address issues related to procedural justice and put practical guidelines on how you achieve these three justices. You'll see in the next few presentations, there'll be a strong emphasis around how through codes of good practice do you then practically achieve procedural justice. So just in a nutshell, this is just an image that shows you the various aspects of the just transition framework, outlining its vision, the principles that I've just spoken to, outlining at-risk groups, planning instruments, as well as policy measures. So I think it's safe to say, and for those who've also followed the just transition journey for South Africa, that it's a complicated process. There's no one size fits all for any locality. I mean, later on in the agenda, we will give some time for international experience. And when listening to that international experience, what I would ask is that listen to it from a point of view of what can be possible, as opposed to thinking that what was done in one place can easily be adapted and replicated in the South African context. We're dealing with a number of unique challenges that are unique to the South African context. But another thing that also needs to be taken into consideration is there are a number of planning needs that we are grappling with, and all of them require a simultaneous focus. So we can't just say, because this is a code of good practice that is a labor market tool, that's the only thing that we will focus our attention on. A code of good practice should, at least as a start to signal towards how we can, factor in conversations around economic diversification, social support, governance, and then more broadly, climate finance. And again, when the conversation around the code of good practice through the presentation that Lisa's going to give is tabled, she will come in and tell us around, when you look at codes of good practice under the LRA, they are able to achieve specific things. They won't necessarily cover everything, so we should also manage our expectations with regards to that. But what's important is that it gives us a really practical tool, especially as part of a labor market intervention, to outline the practical steps for achieving a just transition, especially at a labor market level. Again, the importance here, because we're specifically speaking to the community constituency in civil society, is around how to afford protection to informal sector workers, casual workers who are not necessarily included in your more sophisticated and established collective bargaining processes and structures that are at the level of the workplace, but also how do you achieve protection for the community more broadly. So the conversation around social support is going to be quite important for today's discussion, and even the issues related to governance and how governance plays a role in today's discussion. So all of these can find some sort of expression in today's conversation. That which we cannot confine to a code of good practice, we can get a bit of practical guidance on, so that we understand what to do when there is an economic downturn in a particular sector. Whether it's informed by climate change or not is another story, but at least we now start to provide practical guidance on how to address these particular issues. Just moving on to the next slide, which I think then grounds everything that we're talking about in at least some practical experience, so that we can understand why this conversation is happening now, and sort of understand why it is necessary for us to have a code of good practice. And like I said, it's always helpful to do this relating to an actual example and experience that most likely all of us have heard of, and have spent quite a bit of time trying to grapple with it so that this experience doesn't repeat itself. So colleagues will probably already have heard a lot about the decommissioning of the Komati power station in Mpumalanga and the process that unfolded there, which a lot of particular communities, workers have strongly felt that um, it was not a just transition if we had to look at what we seek to ideally achieve when we say that we've achieved a just transition. I mean, looking at the experience from Komati, and I've just put there, it's a Komati recommendations report that the Presidential Climate Commission released. This followed a request from the president to understand what transpired at Komati and what lessons can we learn so that this process doesn't repeat itself moving forward. So, having taken stock of the Komati experience, what we then learned as a commission at the time was that when there is a process of shutting down of a power station, and this could apply to, yes, the power station, or it could apply to any business that's needing to be shut down or downsized as a result of the transition. What's important to take note of is issues relating to the timing and sequencing of events. In the Komati sort of scenario, the workforce, the community surrounding the power station were only notified about the decommission date when the process of decommissioning was already at an advanced stage. So what we then took stock of is that the timing of events is really important, and the sequencing of those events becomes really important to take stock of. In fact, when we went back and looked at other countries who've done decommissioning processes, what we've actually seen is that they have long lead times where communities and the workforce is told quite early on in the process around the intent to decommission, and a number of repurposing initiatives and activities are then introduced. But this happens in a timely fashion with events sequenced properly so that the decommissioning does happen in a manner that is just. Engagement and communication was something that was also flagged as being highly problematic. So the idea that a PowerPoint presentation is an engagement and a communication is something that community members raised as highly problematic because some of the language was just too difficult to understand, and just the timing of when that communication happened was also quite problematic. There were issues raised around economic development and diversification. So any of the colleagues in the room who've been to the Komati area will know that the two biggest sort of economic, the two biggest firms in that area were Optimum Mine as well as the Komati Power Station. So Optimum was already in trouble for other reasons and there's not much operation taking place there. And then with the shutting down of Komati, that also created a huge challenge for the community because there was no economic development left in the economy. And when the workers who are employed by Eskom then left and went to another firepower station, that also created some sort of skills flight where people then left the area, and people who were left in the community were those who were who had no opportunities to go anywhere else, really leaving the area quite destitute. So economic development becomes a serious consideration in the process, as well as institutional arrangements. So the just transition is broader than just Eskom. So expecting Eskom to realize a just transition for a particular locality was an unrealistic expectation. So there are various institutional players that should have come together and participated in the process of decommissioning and repurposing, as well as bringing about a just transition, with local government being a really important player in that process. And that didn't happen. So Eskom ended up doing a lot of the heavy lifting work by themselves, and really a lot of what the just transition requires is outside of Eskom's business model. And then obviously there are financial arrangements to take into consideration because, like we have learned, transitions also cost a lot of money. So having seen that experience unfold, we've also taken stock of other processes that have taken place in other places, and I think the most important one that we've reflected on was the labor law reform process that took place in NADLEC. And one of the things that that process also spotlighted was around the issues of climate proofing labor law. So what you'll note is that our labor law is quite distinct and has no interaction between climate policy. So one of the areas of focus in that process was around looking at the intersection between climate change as well as labor law. So how do you protect workers? How do you enhance protection? And this is not just workers in terms of formal sector employed workers, but how do you expand protection broader than just that to include contract workers, independent contractors as well as your informal workers. What was important about that process is that one of the recommendations, which was the last bullet point there, was around this need to develop a code of good practice, because you do need norms and standards as you transition to be able to guide the process forward. So that's why we are here today, looking at a code of good practice, as well as other related practical tools that can help us to guide a just transition, taking us from the just transition framework for South Africa, which was broad, it was aspirational, it set principles in place, and now taking us to a point where now we can come up with practical measures that in practice allow us to realize a just transition practically for communities, as well as workers. So just outlined there that what we're seeking to do really is really how to translate just transition principles into operational norms that are not just operational for workers again, but they are operational for communities. How do we support government, employers, unions, communities in their various localities manage these transition, and how do workers do this in the workplace? How to enable regulators and civil society to monitor compliance so that compliance is actually taking place with these various codes of good practice. But most importantly, how are we building confidence amongst affected communities and affected workers so that indeed no one is being left behind? So, the aspiration has been that we leave no one behind, but if you go and ask the people who live in Komati if they've been left behind, they have been left behind. So there's clearly what we intended to do and what's happening in practice is not correlating. So this is how, to try and address those issues, this is how we've sought to address them. So that, in a nutshell, is then just the brief opening and welcome. You will have a chance to engage with the various presentations, and after each presenter has done their presentation, we will ask that they do leave some time for there to be some engagement, because, again, as was said, it's important to get your views on the various subject matters. To supplement the presentation that I have just given, I would like to invite Jens Christensen. Jens, you will have to say your name, your full name. But I'm gonna earn the side of caution and just leave it at Jens Christensen for now. But what Jens is gonna do is he's gonna take us through just a number of reflections from the side of the ILO. So what colleagues will or will not know is, we've borrowed a lot from the ILO's principles of a just transition, the 2015 document that was released by the ILO. In fact, this informed the thinking behind the Paris Agreement, as well as around the thinking around how you include workers, particularly in the Paris Agreement. So Jens will just take us through some history from the background of the ILO, also taking us through yes, it was the 2023 discussion that took place in the ILC around the resolution for a just transition, which he will speak about in detail just now. So Jens, over to you, and then after you've had a conversation, we'll take a few questions from the colleagues here today.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you, Lebohang. Can everyone hear me? Yes, I'm clear. You can't move this, so let me move a bit closer here. So thank you very much, Lebohang, and good morning, everyone. Dumelang, Saubona, Goeiemorgen. I think I've covered some of the languages. So my name, the correct name is Jens Dyring Christensen. It's a very long and complicated name, so you can just call me Jens. I am from Denmark, in case you wonder about the accent. So just let's put that in place. And Denmark is actually one of the greenest economies in the world, with a lot of investment in renewable energies and in windmills specifically, because Denmark is a very windy place. So on a good windy day in Denmark, you have 100% renewable energy, which is quite amazing. So just also to say, I've been in South Africa since 2011. So lived in the Free State for 3.5 years. I've been working across the country. So I'm quite familiar with the South African context and the socioeconomic challenges and everything. So I just want to put that in there. Before I start, I want to ask you, I mean, we talk about just transition, and it seems like we all understand what do we mean by just transition. How many of you, just a quick raise of hands, would actually say that you are well versed with the concept of just transition? If you feel you know a lot about this, raise your hand. 1, 2, okay, not a lot, huh? Okay, no, you have to raise them so I can see them, huh? Okay, all right. And how many of you have just heard about it but don't really know much about it? Yeah, then the back, okay. All right, I think it's good. That's good. So I think it's something the whole world is talking about now, just transition. And just perhaps to put it a bit into context, I also want to ask you, how many of you know about the ILO, the International Labour Organization? Raise of hands. Okay. How many of you know what is the difference between the International Labour Organization and the International Labour Office? 1, 2, 3. And I think this is important to understand, because the International Labour Organization, so just to give you a bit of context, is a United Nations agency, but it's a specialized agency. It was actually formed in 1919, right after the First World War, because it was felt that globally, the world needed an institution that could regulate some of the social injustices, indecent working conditions, violation of today what we would call violation of fundamental principles and rights. And the ILO was then formed. And it's interesting because it is the only tripartite United Nations agency, meaning that when a country is a member of the ILO, and we currently have 187 member states, it is not only the government, but also organized business, so employers and business member organizations and trade unions. And and together they meet each year at the International Labour Conference. They meet 3 times a year in something called the governing body, and they make policies and regulations and come up with international labor standards that countries that are members of the ILO then have to ratify and embed and domesticate international law, right? So when we talk about the International Labour Organization, we actually talk about you. It is the constituents of these 187 countries that makes policy for the ILO. So that is the organization. The International Labour Office is then the secretariat of the International Labour Organization. So my colleague Matilda, myself, Tina, other ILO colleagues here, we are actually here to serve and represent yeah, I think it's back. It's back. All right. So I just want to put that into context. So the ILO, the office is not coming to South Africa and telling South Africa, this is what you must do. Everything is based in this global framework of ILO policies, conventions, and so on and so forth. So what I want to talk a bit about today is just transition. I just want to start by also explaining a bit, the concept of just transition. Initially, it sort of emerged in the 1980s, 1990s. And I'm sorry, I'm not looking this way. It's because the microphone is here. So I can only look this way, then you won't hear me. Huh? And it was actually North American trade unions. So American trade unions, when that wanted to have policies in place to mitigate some of the impacts of environmental legislation in the US. And over the years, the concept sort of grew and reached international circles. It came into the ILO first in the ILO debate. So you debating, ILO constituents debating around 2010, 11. And then it gained so much so much traction that the ILO then in 2015 established a committee of experts, including representation from South Africa, both from government, from business, and from labor in South Africa, that they came up with these ILO just transition guidelines. And then in 2023, we had and these guidelines was guidelines, so it wasn't ILO sort of, it wasn't a convention, it wasn't a recommendation, but it was guidelines for member states. And then in 2023, there was an actual discussion at the International Labour Conference, so International Labour Conference that makes policy, to debate what should ILO member states do, including South Africa, to promote a just transition. And when we say transition, it is a transition to low carbon, sustainable, inclusive economies and societies in line with the Paris Agreement, with all the global climate commitments that many countries have made, including South Africa. Although we know that some major powers and other countries, they think climate change is a bit of a hoax, and they think it's okay to keep extracting fossil fuels, which is actually what is contributing to climate change. So so that is the transition. We need to make that transition to a low carbon economy. And throughout history, there's been many transitions. We've talked about the first, second, third, fourth industrial revolution, and this is actually part of that transition. Now, the just part, I think, is important. That's why we're here. It has to be inclusive. It has to involve the voice of affected stakeholders, communities, businesses, and so on and so forth, right? So just a bit of a context, that was a long cover slide. And now what I want to talk about in this presentation, if you just look on the slide, I want to talk a bit about why did this come about? What are some of these climate change and environmental challenges that actually makes it very important for humanity and the way we organize our economies and societies? Why is it important to try to move towards a transition to a low carbon and sustainable economy? I want to talk a bit about what are we then saying, and what are ILO constituents saying in terms of how to do this and what to do. And then I think we'll break after that, and then we'll have a round of questions. Then Matilda, my colleague, will come in and talk a bit about a few of the just transition challenges in South Africa. And we all know it. I put the numbers up there. We know the challenge is immense. South African economy is heavily reliant on coal. 80% or close to 80%, a bit more, is actually, coal being dug out of the ground. And, I think it's important not to have a value judgment saying that is bad. That is what has powered the South African economy over many years, that have industrialized South Africa, that has powered, industries, factories, homes, and so on and so forth. Like in many, most other places around the world. But the point is that we have come to a point in our human history and economic history where the impact of human activity calls upon us to change how we do business and how we actually live on this beautiful planet, right? We know renewables in South Africa, and it is growing, which is a good thing. About 8.5% comes from solar, wind from 5%, and then there are small contributions from hydro, and there's a lot of investment now in green hydrogen and so on and so forth. We know this, as Lippo said, it's in a context of socioeconomic challenges, high levels of unemployment. These are the latest figures from Stats SA. Close to 32% overall unemployment. If you look at the age group 15 to 34, it's 46.1%. But if you look at the age group from 15 to 24, the narrow definition of the global definition of youth employment, it's actually mind-boggling, 58.5%. So people are frustrated. I mean, the young people in South Africa. So I think the context of which we are talking about just transition, how can we also address that huge youth employment challenge that is one of the most tremendous challenges in South Africa. And then the need category, those that are not in employment, education and training, also the big definition, 15 to 34, it's 45%, very high, right? And if you look at the narrow definition, 37%, and we all know South Africa is one of the most income unequal societies across the world, along with countries like Brazil, Argentina, Colombia. I mean, the gap between those that have and those who don't have is just immense. And we also see South Africa is gradually, its competitiveness is declining vis-a-vis other countries globally. So what are we talking about? Climate change and just transition. And basically, we are talking about climate change, we are talking about resource depletion, we are talking about, biodiversity loss because of human activity. And since the 19th century, human activities has been the biggest contributor to climate change. And the science, global scientists, climate scientists, I mean, they agree. 99% of global climate scientists agree that it is because of human activity. It is because of how we burn fossil fuels such as coal, oil, and gas, that we produce these heat-trapping gases that goes into the atmosphere. And then, when the sun is coming into the earth and reflecting, the rays are reflected, they don't have a chance to escape. They're trapped by these gases in the atmosphere. That is what we refer to as greenhouse gases, right? As you see there. And the most important, we all know carbon dioxide, methane gases, they come from all of us that came here today, driving in our car or driving a shuttle. When we put petrol in our car or diesel, whatever, we contribute to this. When we power our factories, when Eskom, powers its coal stations with coal, it emits these greenhouse gases. Huh? So the point is, and it's quite interesting. I'm also a historian here. I like history, and what scientists now agree is that human activity, rather than any other progress, is the biggest contributor to climate change today. There's always been climate change throughout history. There's been big climate events, but never before in human history have we impacted the climate as much as we do today, because we have, developed. We have standards of living in many parts of the world, as well other parts of the world don't benefit, that actually contributes. So our current models of consumption and production and consumption is what contributes to this. Huh? And it's interesting, so now we talk about this Anthropocene period, and in Greek, anthro means human, and C means new, so these are new humans. And it's interesting, if you look at the globe is 4.5 billion years old. think of it, 4.5 billion years old. And humans, modern humans like us, when we started standing up, is just about 200,000 years old. Yet in that time, we have fundamentally altered, and more so in the last 100 years, the climate on Earth. Quite interesting. And when you think of the 4.5 billion years old and all the things that has happened that period, dead animals, dead leaves, biomass that has been, compressed, into oil and gas, that is what we are digging out of the ground now. So bottom line, as I say, our current economic model of production and consumption is not sustainable, and we need to remodel our world economy. And I think we need to see just transition in this context. So it's not about some climate activists that are out there and saying, oh, we're killing the planet. The science is telling us it is happening. We are fundamentally changing the climate, and there are severe consequences because of that. So it's not only, it's bad, but there are also great opportunities. And what we see, and what has been agreed globally by 193 countries across the world in the Paris Agreement is that we need to do something about this. So that's how the Paris Agreement came about. And that's agreement to phase out globally coal, fossil fuels, oil and gas, so what we call fossil fuels that we dig up out of the ground. And that means there's a concentrated risk of job losses and livelihoods. And I think this is what we see in South Africa with the decommissioning, gradual decommissioning of coal-fired power stations. And even though we hear a lot of discrepancy in the public space, you might have certain departments saying, no, coal is part of the energy mix for a long time. And others are saying, no, we need to move faster. I think the fact of the matter is that South Africa has committed to, over time, need reach what we call a net zero emission. And part of that means phasing out the biggest contributor to greenhouse gases in South Africa, which is coal, right? So what we see there, job loss is just some numbers. We don't need to go through all of it. But a lot of job losses are going to take place in fossil fuel phase out. There's a real risk that many people move into poverty. There's a real risk that there will be a lot of migration, labor migration. We know there's a lot of labor migration also in South Africa, people coming into South Africa due to job loss or due to lack of economic opportunities that might be exacerbated. And then when we look at lack of social protection, so first time in history, some form of social protection, 55% of the global population now has some form of social protection. But in those countries that are likely to be worst hit by climate change, we only see 8.7% of people being covered by social protection, which is not a lot. So you have an injury at work, something happens to you, you can't work, you also don't make any money, right? And I think many people across the world, are in that situation. But it's also positive. So if you look at the investment in renewable energy, you look at the drive in South Africa, you look at globally how many jobs are coming into the renewable energy space. We actually see now that currently, globally, more people work in renewable and clean energy than in fossil fuel industries. So there's a lot of job creation potential in renewable energy space. Whereas in coal mining, it's heavily industrialized, very mechanical. You can have one coal mine worker, produce a lot of output in a very short time, whereas renewable energy is a bit more, depending on what we talk about, a bit more labor intensive. So clean energy jobs, and clean energy, I have to say, also includes nuclear energy. And currently there's a big debate globally, also in South Africa, whether one should go back to nuclear energy, because it's still a fossil fuel. It's not renewable because it's taking uranium up out of the ground and using that. But it's clean. It is the cleanest form of energy today that is not renewable. That is actually atomic. If there's a way to dispose of the waste safely and so on and so forth, there are a lot of disagreements around this as well, right? And what we then also see, of course, is, and I think the same case in South Africa, like you spoke about the Komati power station. So if a power station is decommissioned, being closed down, with job losses in that community, the new economic opportunities, let's say from renewable energy, might not also emerge from that same place. So there are these temporal and geographical disparities where you might find certain people in certain communities losing out while others are benefiting. And I think the whole idea of just transition needs to take that into account. Okay, move on. So what are we talking about? Basically, to summarize, I think this is the key slide. So just transition is to make sure that we support those very ambitious climate and environmental goals in the global frameworks. We know the Conference of the Parties is taking place annually. It just took place in Brazil, and South Africa had a big delegation there as well. So it's actually addressing those climate goals, but making sure that we also deliver justice and decent work at the same time. So it should not be at the expense of social justice and economic justice. And you spoke a lot of about many types of different types of justice, procedural, restorative, and so on and so forth, right? So that is the concept of just transition. We need to change how we do business globally, but we need to do it while leaving no one behind. Okay, moving on. Any questions for now? I quickly go into section 2. Questions, comments, reflections? No?
There are, so there's one hand over here and there's another hand over. Just to requests, please, we are transcribing, to please introduce yourself and just indicate which organization or community you are representing.
Oh, my name is Clement Mepudi. I'm from the Grassroots for Climate Action, Gauteng. I'm from Tembisa. I'm presenting mostly the marginalized and the grassroots, mostly the disability communities. I hear you speaking about nuclear. You say is a clean energy. I just want to know what about the waste, the nuclear waste, because it's radioactive. And then in South Africa, we don't have means and we don't have a plan for disposing our nuclear waste. And through our just transition, when moving forward, how can we avoid putting, you see, the energy that will make complications for the transition? Because now we are trying to implement. Now, when we start about the things that have caused disasters, and then it will hinder our just transition. And can you please allude about the persons with disabilities, because it seems as if they are left behind in all our discussions, because even now there's no 12 language interpreter, the sign language interpreter, which means they are left behind. Can you please, the ILO allude, because even you can get an injury on you to and be disabled. How can people go on about that? Thanks.
My name is Mutwa Kumalo. I'm from G4CA, but I'm based in Tembisa. My question is on the experience from Denmark. How did you move from abstract transition to concrete transition in Denmark?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay, no, fantastic. I love the name, Grassroots for Climate Action. So you're both from the same organization, right? Yes. Okay. All right. No. So yes, I think when we talk about clean energy in this context, we talk about emissions. So nuclear energy in terms of greenhouse gas emissions is literally none. But you're absolutely right. So dispose of nuclear waste, that is the big debate, and that's why many countries are not opting for nuclear. But certain countries that went away from nuclear, I think, of introducing nuclear again. And if you look at the energy demands that are, I mean, if you look at Africa today, the African population today, 1.6 billion, but by 2085, you will have 3.85 billion people living in Africa. 10 of the fastest growing populations in the world, apart from Pakistan and India, is in Africa, the fastest growing population. So you have from 600 million today, will have more than 2 billion people entering the labor market. Now, the question is, where's the energy going to come from? So if you want to raise the standards of living of all Africans with the same, sort of use of energy per person, it's going to be a huge challenge. So that's why you find many African countries are talking about introducing nuclear energy. And nuclear energy and the technology has really developed over the years. There's a lot of focus now on what we call small nuclear reactors that are, no, there's a lot of focus on that. It's being built in some places. The biggest global construction project now is happening in Egypt, where they're building 4 nuclear reactors because they want to create. But you're absolutely right. Waste is the main thing. Persons with disabilities, no, absolutely. So if you look at the ILO Justice Guidelines, if you look at and perhaps Lisa can touch on that in her presentation when she talks about the Code of Good Practice. But the ILO Justice System Guidelines, the conclusions from 23 also talk about involvement of people with disabilities and access to jobs and new economic opportunities. So it's, but that's easy to set on paper, but doing it in practice, I think that's a challenge. The other question here, Denmark. I mean, I haven't lived in Denmark for 25 years. So, but what happened in Denmark if some of you are as old as me, you might remember the oil crisis in around 1972, 73, when OPEC, the oil and petroleum export producing countries, they turned off the tap. And we had what we call the oil crisis in Denmark. You couldn't drive on the streets, you couldn't put gas in your car. And back then, in early 1970s, Denmark started introducing renewable energy. A lot of focus on windmills to begin with. And I think very conscious public investments. A lot of the national budget was set aside to introduce renewable energy and change how Denmark is managing energy transition. And I think very importantly, they put on what they call a climate tax and a green tax. So, for instance, so if you come to Denmark and you look at the car park in Denmark, you think, why is everyone driving such a small car? You come from South Africa, people are driving big cars, at least some people. You have very big cars in South Africa. Your Ford Rangers, your Toyota Fortunas, your BMWs, all that. In Denmark, if you drive a car like that, you are getting slammed. So in South Africa, just small anecdote. So I drive a Toyota Fortuna, right? Typical South African. I lived in the Free State, I told you, right? And yesterday I paid my annual vehicle registration fee. It was 1,100 rand, 1,176 for 1 year. In Denmark, the same car, 3 liter, I would pay 50,000 rand. So there's a very strong incentive for people to make economic choice, and you can regulate that by taxes. So that's why you find now in Denmark, to answer your question very quickly, that every second car is either a hybrid or an electric vehicle, because you're getting taxed on very high emitting cars that are polluting, whereas you literally have no tax or little tax on green cars. So you need to make these very conscious public policy choices. I go on? Section 2?
We could go on the whole day.
Yeah.
I also just want to bring it back quite nicely. And I like the example that you've used. And the question that was asked, how do we move from an abstract transition to a practical one that is well organized? Different parties know what role they need to play, and they contribute towards playing that role so that we can achieve that transition. And that's exactly what we're trying to do in the room here today. I know the conversation around the just transition, when we venture into sources of energy and the energy mix, gets quite contested because there are different viewpoints around that. Yes, that's an important for us to take note of, but I think what's even more important is for us to get into the idea around we're moving from abstract now and we're getting into practical implementation of this transition. We've had an example where we had an abstract transition and a concept that wasn't very well articulated and implemented. Hence, there were the negative consequences that affected the community quite negatively. So this is our approach towards getting into that type of practical guidance here today. I also want to just reflect on another thing quickly. And I'm glad, Jens, you went into the question around why is it that we are even transitioning? Because a lot of people have that question. Yes, there's a climate and environmental element to it, but we must also be cognizant of the fact that because we are an open economy, we trade with the rest of the world. The decisions that we make or the decisions that we don't make have an impact on our ability to continue being competitive and trading, right? So the rest of the world has targets around the amount of they are going to reduce in their energy production. And that has an immediate impact on us. If we want to mine coal, we can only mine it for as long as the rest of the world wants it. If they no longer have a use for it because they have targets around when they will stop using coal, there's nothing we can do about that. We are an open economy and we are open to these sort of changes and shocks. So there are real impacts on our economy. So if we have a drastic reduction in our gross domestic product, that has a huge impact on government's revenue and revenue collection. That has an impact on spending for social services such as health, education, as well as spending on social security. So all of these things are interconnected and they have a huge impact on our day-to-day as a country. So the decisions that we take today, so Denmark has an experience that they can reference from 1972. I wasn't born. We're discussing. I would love to get into the energy mix conversation, but if we do, we're going to need a day two for this session. I really want to get us to the so what discussion. So I'm going to hand over to I believe it's Matilda now, Jens. It's still you, okay?
Yeah,
and then to get into section
I like
two.
to talk, as you can hear.
Okay, and then you'll then hand over to Matilda, and then we'll take questions after that.
Yeah. No, just So just to talk a bit about the Just Transition Guidelines and what is it actually saying, and again, this is not the International Labour Office. This is the organization. This is the constituents. I mean, how many of you have any of you attended the International Labour Conference? Raise your hands. Yeah. So Pat, Lebo, Conti, yeah. So this is one big sort of space of negotiation where also when we discussed the Just Transition conclusions, you had trade unions over here, also including community stakeholders, and you had business over here. And over 2 weeks, suddenly they get closer and closer to agree on the text. So also the ILC conclusions and conventions is negotiated. It's the compromise. It's what both social partners and governments can agree to. Huh? But just one quick comment, Libo, on why this is important for economic development, because it's not just about your production of energy, but it's the products and services you produce with that energy. Huh? So Europe right now, and I think many African countries see it as a trade barrier, but Europe has come up with called the CBAM, you might have heard of it, carbon border adjustment mechanism, meaning that products that are being exported to the European market but has been produced with fossil fuel and have a higher carbon footprint are going to be taxed more. And it's actually European countries and many business organizations in Europe that has lobbied and advocated for this because they are being taxed in Europe. So companies in Europe are they have a green tax on their production. So they say it's unequal competition. One can agree, disagree, but this is happening. And it's actually come into effect, I think now, 1st of January 2026. So products from South Africa that are being exported to the European market, if they're not produced with a low carbon footprint, they're going to be taxed more. Right. Okay, moving on. Another 10 minutes, quick history. I won't go into that a lot, just to say that it's only about, 50 years ago, we started talking about climate change and the impact, and it actually started, again, look around 1972, the United Nations Conference on the Human Environment. What happened in Europe at that time, because of industry and no filter on smokestacks and factories, there were a number of years, I remember it, I'm that old liberal, as you can tell, we had these acid rain. So because these smoke went into the atmosphere and when the rain came down, you had this acid rain that would sting your body. So they say, hey, something is wrong here. We need to do something. So anyway, fast forward in 1990, the International Panel on Climate Change did a report, and the UNFCCC, so this is the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, UNFCCC, it was established. And this is the one where, all countries are going to the COP, the Conference of the Parties. So signatories to the UNFCCC are called Conference to the Party. And they are the ones that are then going to the COPs to negotiate these climate agreements, right? So, and there's been a number of different attempts over the years to have global commitments and common commitments from countries globally to commit to mitigating emissions and climate change. And then the big landmark thing that everyone talks about, and I think most people know about, is the Paris Agreement that was adapted at the COP21. So that was the 21st time. The 21st time the Conference of the Parties were meeting, and they adapted the Paris Agreement. And the ILO, with the trade unions, I think is important, in that Conference of the Parties in 2015 in Paris, was lobbying a lot behind the scenes to get a paragraph or reference to just transition. And it's actually and the ILO colleagues and trade unions that were there and community representatives managed to get that into the Paris Agreement. So the preamble of the Paris Agreement talks about just transition, right? Then in 2015, the same year, we did the guidelines on just transition, and then in 2023, we had the conclusions. So. If you look at the screen now, I think this is important because what ILO constituents, so yourselves, trade unions, business, governments have come up with are what we call a holistic framework for just transition. It's really, and I think this is very important to understand, it's a whole of society approach. It's not a labor issue only. It's not a trade union issue. It's not a community local economic development, local economic empowerment issue, right? It's a whole of society approach where there are many moving parts that need to move together, right? So what the ILO is saying, constituents are saying, ILO, the International Labour Organization, if you remember the difference between organization and the office, is that we need to promote inclusive, sustainable, job-rich economies by making that transition, and we need to ensure social equity along the way, social justice. And so that's the what. And then they talk about the how, which is managing the process and then financing a just transition. And I think that's one of the things I think Lisa will also talk about in her presentation, that the fiscal constraints makes it also tremendously challenging in South Africa to invest a lot in in the transition process. Whereas, Denmark, which is a rich country, very small population, no informal economy to speak of, to be fair, it's much easier when you have a lot of fiscal space, right? But what they're then saying is it's not just about economic development, it's about macroeconomic and growth policies. So let me just go to the next slide. This is just to show how the framework fits together, right? So it's about macroeconomic and growth policies, ensuring that there's fiscal space for social spending, but also making sure that the choices that are made by Department of Trade and Industry, by the National Treasury, are actually enabling a just transition. So don't go and invest and spend money or national budget on things that are not economically sustainable and doesn't create jobs. Spend money on things that actually contribute to addressing climate change. The same thing goes with industrial policies. When Minister Park, he talks about investing in new industries, it has to be with the climate focus in mind, right? Enabling business environment. How easy is it for businesses who want to go green? And we know in South Africa we have many industries, many factories that are very environmentally unsustainable. They don't manage their wastewater. They, a lot of their production, their machines are. Their boiler system, if you look at the clothing and manufacturing businesses, are coming from coal and so on and so forth. If they want to go green and have more efficient and more cleaner production, the government needs to make it easy. The legal and regulatory framework needs to make it easy, so you have access to incentive schemes, or you have access to green finance and things like that, right? Because many businesses also won't make that choice and won't go green unless it is supported also through the policy and legal environment. Skills and lifelong learning, super important. Lisa's going to talk about that. How can we make sure that people who currently possess certain skills in a specific brown industry or coal industry that will be phased out can acquire and develop new skills and also apply those skills where they're needed, right? So skills development, skills anticipation, I think this is what Renee is working on to some extent, no? Yes. Looking at acquiring those skills that are needed for transition. Social protection. Super important, huh? I mean, making sure that when people fall in and out of employment, they have access to unemployment insurance. When there's an injury at the workplace, they have access to injury insurance and so on and so forth. Make sure that there's active labor market policies where the government actually proactively goes out and support people to find new jobs and new occupations and acquire these skills. International labor standards, social dialogue and collective bargaining and public and private finance. And I think social dialogue and collective bargaining, I think this is at the crux of the matter why we are here. Because everything has to be based on social dialogue and collective bargaining. And social dialogue in South Africa, I think very important, also has to include community. That's also why NETLAC and Labour Market Champion NETLAC is not only business, government, and labor, but also the community representative, because the communities in South Africa and those members and communities that you present are super important for this transition, so they can continue to access economic opportunities, increase and improve their employability so they can get jobs or enter into enterprise development activities. So this is how the just transition framework is being presented. And as you see, there's a lot of moving parts. It's not about Department of Employment and Labor doing something with the Labor Relations Act. It's not about Department of Trade, Industry and Competition doing something. They need to work together, right? And they need to work together and involve impacted communities and workers, and also businesses down the supply chain, unlike the example of the Komati power station, right? So, and again, and I think it's important to say it happens at different levels, right? So there's the global level. If you look at the bottom up, the global agreements, it's at the national level, agreement between, the constituents, the social partners, but also a lot more collaboration between governments. For instance, now it's interesting, you have the economic cluster and then you have the social cluster, but they are working independently. They need to collaborate much more across the ministry departments. At sub-regional national level, it's in Tembisa, as our colleague there from Tembisa said, it's about making sure the communities that are vulnerable are also involved, and it's at the company level. And I think at the company level, we need to find those incentives for companies so they can go green, as I said before, right? So it's not just about energy and climate change mitigation. It's about new economic opportunities. It's about new jobs. It's about better jobs, right? So I think that's what we are trying to promote. And I think these are just some examples. Let me stop here. Leber, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Jens. I'm gonna ask Matilda to come in and do the presentation on the just transition and the labor market in South Africa. And then after that, we will have a bit of a discussion, just taking into consideration the presentation you've just given, Jens, as well as just some considerations again for the labor market. So, Matilda, I'm going to hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Lebohang. Thank you, Jens. Can you hear me okay? Good. Good morning, everyone. I am so very happy to be here with you all today. My name is Matilda Dahlqvist, and I work together with Jens, Tina, Sheila, our small but very dedicated ILO team here today at the Decent Work team for Eastern and Southern Africa. I have had the big privilege to work a little bit with some of you before when I have coordinated different just transition related projects, including one that focused precisely on persons with disabilities and how to bring on board this key stakeholder into the discussion and into the rooms where decisions are taken with this leaving no one behind approach. In my current role, I coordinate the Partnership for Action on a Green Economy in South Africa. And we have the Presidential Climate Commission with Lebohang in the driving seat. And on the ILO side, we coordinate this project together with a number of other UN agencies. Just to set that stage a little bit further, I think we have heard a very beautiful big picture that Lebohang and Jens have painted for us. What I will try to do is to bring this a little bit closer to home and focus on some of the many and very complex labor market challenges that this transition process is bringing to us. So I'm gonna, okay, I have another version of the PowerPoint which okay, looks like we're back. Just to illustrate the very point of how dependent we are on our power systems, right? Thanks for your patience. So let's bring this closer to home. This triple planetary crisis that Jens and Lebo spoke about, it's clearly not just an environmental challenge, but also a huge social and economic one. So for us at the International Labour Organization, a key question that arises is, what are then the implications of all of this that we're talking about for the communities, the workers, the enterprises, in fact, the entire structure of our economies and the labor markets. And on the ILO side, our entry points are on two dimensions. Firstly, we need to look at the impacts of climate and environmental change on the jobs, on the livelihoods, communities. For instance, heat stress, how does that affect a worker and what implications does that have for the labor market as a whole in the bigger scheme of things? heat waves causing drought, creating devastating consequences for farmers and the rural communities surrounding them. But then the other entry point is also what impacts does the responses have, the responses that countries and municipalities, regions put in place to respond to these challenges. Lebohang spoke about the PCC's Just Transition Framework. We have the Climate Change Act, the latest nationally determined contributions. All of these policies and legal frameworks are responses, and they also do have consequences. So more concretely then, what are the consequences in South Africa? Firstly, let me also just re-emphasize that we do look at economy-wide changes as economies transition. For obvious reasons, there is a big focus on coal, on the energy sector, but really just to bear in mind that there are numerous sectors in the country that will all face unique challenges and risks as the country moves towards a low carbon economy. And any changes in sectors and workplaces, any job losses, they will, of course, be felt by the communities that surround them. So communities and workers across sectors, they will be experiencing varying degrees and types of change. And this, we really need to be having a conversation about, a frank and robust conversation. What are these impacts? And understanding also these sectoral impacts is really crucial for designing fair and inclusive policies and practices. And Lisa will talk a lot more about that with you soon. So coal, I think, maybe I can just speak a little bit about the coal sector primarily because of its size and well, South Africa's just transition is not obviously limited to the coal industry, but then again, for a country that relies on coal for some 86% of energy and some 85% of CO2 emissions, we need to really look at this sector because it also remains the backbone of South Africa's energy system. Approximately 98,000 coal miners and some 26,000 workers in Eskom and Sasol, they depend on coal-related activities for their livelihoods. And Harun Borat and his team at DPRU of the University of Cape Town, they have done a very interesting study on the labor market in a just transition context in South Africa. And they have also pointed out that around 86% of coal mining employment is at risk due to climate transition measures. 86%. So, and we can all understand that beyond those many workers, the implications for their families, their communities will be absolutely devastating. So even though coal jobs offer really formal, permanent positions, they have quite strong benefits and relatively high salaries, all thanks to the high level of unionization. Despite that, they offer, these jobs are now quite vulnerable because of this context that we find ourselves in. And another challenge related to this is that oftentimes these workers, which by the way, are largely young, Black African, mostly male workers. They often have quite limited formal qualifications, which makes it also harder to for them to transition into other jobs and other sectors. So really, the concentration of coal jobs in quite few municipalities, mostly in Mpumalanga province, it really means that the job losses will have a cascading effect on local communities in those regions, but also affecting small businesses, affecting service providers. So these are complex matters, and we need to have frank conversations around this. And this is precisely why we have invited all of you here today. because without proactive measures, and again, we will hear more about that later today, thousands and thousands of families could face income shocks, leading to social instability. So, yeah, prioritizing income and other social protection measures, enterprise and skills development, and community-based economic diversification strategies are really essential to mitigate these negative effects. I'm going to talk a little bit about a few other sectors, but we are also mindful of time, and we definitely don't want to take time from the dialogue and from the discussion. But just to mention that another key sector to look at is the industry, well, different industry and transport related jobs that also face a lot of challenges even now as we speak due to climate and environmental change, as well as the transition measures that South Africa has committed to and is implementing. So beyond coal, then the metal value chain, it also faces significant challenges because it's a very energy intensive process. And also there is massive exposure to emission reduction policies. And workers, for instance, in the smelting operations, they are particularly vulnerable. And workers in these facilities incur higher costs under stricter climate regulations. But then, while metal workers in urban areas may have actually better access to alternative employment, those in mining, like the platinum mining industry, they may then be more at risk despite these formalization and aspects and the high unionization. So another big one to speak about is the transport sector. I mean, South Africa has nearly 1.4 million workers that could be affected in one way or another. And now I'm just talking about the quite direct implications. Then on top of that, you also have indirect jobs that are linked to the operations of the formal direct jobs. Transport jobs are largely informal. They are most of the time very low paying. They oftentimes lack social protection measures. So over and above, serious decent work deficits today, this transition could pose massive risks for these workers and their families and communities. 2/3 of the 1.4 million workers in the transport sector they are actually employed in vehicle maintenance and repairs and taxi transport, so a big majority. One other policy is the Energy Transition Implementation Plan, and one of the key focus areas of that one is EV, electric vehicles. And those, I have a hybrid car myself, and those cars actually require much less maintenance and repairs, so there would be much fewer jobs naturally, as more and more of the South Africans that can afford to buy a car buy hybrid or solar electric vehicles. Taxi drivers, that's another big conversation to have. How would they be impacted by transition measures? And I think, yeah, I could go on, but maybe just to say that without targeted interventions, these workers could experience widespread unemployment and income insecurity, and we can all think about what consequences would that be for our communities and the South African society. So policies must therefore really include retraining programs for mechanics, support for small businesses to adapt to this EV technology, social protection measures, and addressing these risks in a holistic and inclusive way. Yeah, you will all receive this PowerPoint, and you will have some pictures there to illustrate the things that I talk about. I just wanted to spend a brief moment on the agriculture and tourism sectors as well. I'm just highlighting a few sectors. There are many more that deserve our attention, waste management, for instance, but we will not cover everything. And you will also hear Lisa talk a little bit more about this as we go on. So as you all know, agriculture and tourism, they are highly sensitive to climate variability. So they are then key for this just transition conversation that we are having. Formal agriculture employs about 840,000 workers, and about 300,000 of them are located in the Western Cape. And these jobs are at risk due to changing weather patterns, water scarcity, increased frequency of extreme events like droughts, like floods. But then over and above that, we have the large part of the South African population that depends on subsistence farming for their livelihoods and to put food on their table. And they are, for quite obvious reasons, even more vulnerable to these climate shocks. Tourism is another major employer, although the sector also took some dent from the COVID-19 pandemic. In 2022, it accounted for around 722,000 jobs in the country. And these jobs are predominantly held by women. They are characterized by low incomes, by informality, by limited social protection. So again, a situation that is already challenging as we speak can, without the right efforts and practices to promote a just transition, can even be put, the situation can really worsen for all these people and their families and communities. So I think the combined impact on agriculture and tourism, it really threatens rural economies and rural livelihoods. And always when we have these conversations, we need to highlight the fact that those that are previously and currently disadvantaged will unfortunately be even further left behind unless we put in place actions and processes for a just transition in practice, as you said earlier. This is my last slide. I just wanted to say that so we wanted to include a sectoral snapshot or analysis today just to point out that millions of livelihoods are at stake across the South African economy, whether we like it or not. And the greatest vulnerabilities are concentrated among the people currently living in poverty, those that have informal jobs, rural workers, persons with disabilities, migrant workers, young workers. And it's so important to look at demographics and the characteristics of the people that we are talking about, aspects of gender, race, age, disability status, migration status, health aspects, and other intersecting dimensions. And over and above that, it's key to invite a diverse group of stakeholders to the decision-making tables. And a good starting point for today is to just have some figures, some data, some numbers to inform the conversations that we will be having, but that we then begin to map out what are the priorities, the needs, the concerns for the community constituency, for civil society organizations based on these facts, these numbers that Jens and Lebohang and I have shared. I think I wanted to say a word or two on social dialogue, but I think, should I go ahead with that? Okay, no, thanks. Jens spoke about the ILO Just Transition Guidelines, the action framework coming out of that, and the International Labour Conference resolution and conclusions. And I think at the heart of all of this is really community participation. It's really critical because without it, we simply cannot have a just transition. Then it's just a transition, right? So so the inclusion of civil society and affected communities, it's absolutely fundamental for, yes, ensuring that no one is left behind, to achieve procedural justice, but yeah, because it's the right thing to do, but it's also a very smart thing to do, because communities, civil society organizations, you in this room, you represent so much knowledge, experiences, and you are there, you feel the impacts that we sit in fancy hotel rooms and talk about. We need those voices to shape the transition. And Jens also spoke about the different policy areas of the Just Transition Guidelines. Social dialogue is absolutely fundamental, and the ILO has a lot of guidance on how social dialogue should happen, and platforms that are permanent, that are well organized, like NEDLAC, is the best way to have such conversations. So it's in no way a coincidence that we are all gathering here at NEDLAC. But community and civil society representation is vital, in fact, at all levels of just transition planning and management. Policy and program design, implementation, planning, monitoring, and evaluation. So this is a process, and I think the inviting other relevant stakeholders to participate in a broader dialogue than the usual tripartite structure that can really enrich the just transition debate and actually benefit everyone. So don't see your role lightly. It is vital. Also to expand the ownership of results, to increase the capacity to achieve results, and also to make sure that the processes that the PCC and others are designing, that they have maximum inclusion, especially of vulnerable groups. So yeah, this is effectively why we invited you all today, colleagues, comrades, to provide this platform for you, to articulate, to build consensus on your priorities and your needs. And Lisa will soon also be sharing with you what our ideas, what we can, how we can use all of this rich experience to put it into practice towards a just transition in South Africa. Let me pause here and give the floor back to you, Lebohang. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you to Matilda and Jens, you for also coming in and giving us just some vital points to think about. I'm just touching on the presentation that Matilda made, focusing now on the labor market specific issues and creating the intersection between how the labor market and how you address labor market dynamics has a direct impact on the community constituency. And also outlining that when we're talking about a just transition, we're not just talking about energy, and others would even reduce it just down to coal and the coal value chain. This is cutting across a number of sectors. Sectors are undergoing a change. If we took the example of the transport sector into consideration, our biggest trading partner when it comes to vehicles as well as parts is the European Union, and the European Union is currently issuing EV mandates to say either at 2035 or so on, they will no longer be taking vehicles that are internal combustion engines from South Africa. They will only be interested in electric vehicles. So having been giving that head start, what are the things that we should be doing now practically to make sure that we are ready for that change, so that we don't lose that very important and lucrative market. If people have been watching the news, the automotive sector is going through a lot currently. A lot of job losses, a lot of Section 189s are currently being tabled in that particular sector. And again, these are things that are important for the community constituency. The people who work in those firms don't live in their offices. They come back to the community. If we have large amounts of unemployed people suddenly because of a change of this nature, we know the negative impacts that this has on our communities. The higher the levels of unemployment, the levels of gender-based violence increases. We have a number of crime increases. These are social ills that are evident and take place in our communities. So these have a direct impact on communities as well as community issues. So it's important for communities to also have a say. So I'm also, and this is why I wanted Matilda to touch on the issue of social dialogue. So the idea is that we're not just going to discuss a code of good practice for the sake of discussing it. We do want this process to reach NEDLAC, where all the social partners can come together and craft a code of good practice where communities' issues will be factored into the conversation, as well as the other social partners. So your views are really vital because we are in the process of coming up with a first draft of what this code of good practice could look like. So we very much would like your views and your interaction to inform that particular process. We could have written this thing in our offices, but that would just go against the nature of the just transition and bringing people on board and taking into consideration their very relevant lived experiences. So that said, I just want to check. We do have a time for discussion. I see there are a couple of hands that are going up. So, okay, there's quite a few now. So let me start in this section. So we're going to start with Mekonti, and then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then Mapalani at the end, and then 6. Yeah, we'll start with those hands.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kwanti Matlakala from Community Constituency here at NEDLAC. I think, let me acknowledge the presentation from both of you, Jens and Matilda, particularly.
Sorry, Kwanti, if you could speak into the mic so that we can hear you. We are struggling a little bit.
Okay. Yeah, let me appreciate your presentation, both of you, ILO, on the just transition. There's one thing that I'm missing, or I don't understand whether you put it on record or not. There's this political will that we are looking for. Why I'm saying that is that, some policies, most of the policies are not aligned. When we speak of just transition in other policies, they are not aligned to the other policy. So as we are looking forward for big shift, there is this thing of power. That's why I'm saying political will. There is this thing of power, there is this thing of money. So let's take note of that. The power is very strong for involving politics as a buy-in. There is this issue of, when you talk of balancing the climate itself, the climate goals and job creation, together with energy security, there is no balancing in those three things. So once we get into those policies, I think we'll go right with this code of conduct. Secondly, I think all of us as civil society, we know that we do have public participation at our areas, but there is this issue of public support. We can participate, but there's no public support at all. So we need to also have such engagement through civil society, by civil societies, and so on and so on. Not only depending on the municipalities or councillors or whoever, or in areas where there is opportunities in terms of climate change, such as those renewable energies and so on. But just to talk, a social dialogue, you said it's fundamental. Let's debate it. Involve us in those decisions that are taken at government level. Involve the public to integrate with them and discuss these issues that are affecting them within their areas. Thank you, Chair. That's my input.
Thank you very much. The next person.
Thanks very much. My name is Lawrence Munyai from the Nedlek Community Constituency, coming from the cooperatives movement, Sanako. I think we welcome the presentations. They are quite insightful and really thought-provoking. One of the principles that we stand on as community is universal access to energy. And it seems in the just energy transition, communities are treated like spectators in the Senegal-Morocco AFCON final, where communities have got limited control over what happens in the pitch. And I think part of what we need to start thinking about is how we can be able to ensure that communities becomes, through social enterprises, start to take ownership around things like microgrids, like agrivoltaics, like EV charging systems, like manufacturing of energy efficient products, technologies like biogas, which I think in other countries such as Germany, China, they're actually thriving and they're able to support what happens in particularly rural areas. So in essence, we're saying if we can bring communities as partners and we continue to put communities in the periphery and we leave government and business to play the soccer with, I think, labor being a referee in the process, I think that will go an extra mile. Thanks very much, Chair.
Thank you. True. The next person, please.
Now, thank you very much. My name is Esther Ramobi from Limpopo, coming from South African civic organization, SANCO. Allow me to join others and welcome the presentation coming from our presentators. I'm a little bit worried and concerned about the situation in South Africa when it comes to transport. And I will dwell much on the rail transport. Many years ago, we normally used to see a metro rail train. We call it metro rail before, now it's PRASA. They normally used to pass each and every 5 minutes, accommodating poor of the poorest, safely so. And today we can see our government or the country is struggling to bring back the trains to transport poor of the poorest. We normally used to have 4 divisions, which I already mentioned: Metro Rail. The other one is Autopex, PRASA Crest, and Shosholoza Mail, which is long distance. 3 divisions are all gone. They are dead under our watch. So how best could Nedlek do to rescue the situation in order to protect the community and the workers who are losing jobs every day. As we speak, the other division we call social long distance, they are planning to get rid of minus plus 500 workers as we speak. And the workers were forced to take VSP. And like I said, I'm worried. I'm worried. And we all know that due to corruption, mismanagement, and maybe people who don't even understand what they're doing in their position, they failed the country. They failed poor of the poorest in this country. So let's focus much on the rail and try to bring back everyone, all stakeholders, to see if you can rescue the rail department, because it's gone. Transnet, there are no more goods transporting goods. That's why we have accidents, because trucks are all on the road. Our people are dying every day. Allow me to leave it there.
Thank you. That's a really sobering reflection. So you'll see when we're in this process, it's not just transport, it's the UIF, it's the CETAs. There's quite a number of institutions that were established that function properly, that would help us along in this journey if they were still functioning optimally and efficiently, and they are not there. And these are the things that, if done properly or if still run efficiently, we wouldn't be struggling, because the questions related to affordable access to transport to get to work is of vital importance. But thanks for raising it. We are taking notes, and the nice thing is that Lisa was also really good in the transport sector, so she might also have reflections for us there. But thanks for throwing that in. For me, I never used the rail system, so I've forgotten about the transport sector. So thanks for raising that. Pat, I think you're the next person you want to.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Pat Horn. I have been working since the 1990s with workers in the informal economy in organizations like StreetNet International and WeGo, Women in Informal Employment, Globalizing and Organizing. And I'm also one of the negotiators in the Decent Work Country program here at NEDLAC. With my focus or my specialization being workers in the informal economy. And I wanted to make these comments before we all go into groups, because I think that just to identify one of the elephants in the room, I very much welcome this kind of an engagement, this kind of roundtable with all of civil society, even beyond the official community constituency, which we've been working with here in NEDLAC. And I also welcome very much the regular stressing of the importance of not only social dialogue but collective bargaining. But what disturbs me a little bit is that bit of collective bargaining is very important, but not everybody can do it. Now, being part of that constituency that's been fighting for our constituencies to get to that table and been denied that, even here in NEDLAC, where the community constituency is not admitted into all the NEDLAC spaces, out of the 4 chambers, community is not admitted into 3 of them, even when it came to reform of labor laws, and we had a number of recommendations to put forward in order to make sure that workers in the informal economy would be included. And now we've got the new informal, the platform workers and so on, which I'm also working with them now. So what I'm slightly nervous about is when I hear about the fact that not all people can do collective bargaining, but don't worry, we're going to really focus on social dialogue. Now, social protection. social protection is absolutely important, and the extension to workers in the informal economy is absolutely important. That's why we fought so hard for social protection floors. But let us not end up with a just transition policy which says that those people who can't be in collective bargaining, even though they all know how to do collective bargaining, the waste pickers, for example, can't get here into NEDLAC, but they, in their case, they're having very good bilateral negotiations with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, and they are actually negotiating their issues in a way that all the sectors that were mentioned early, the informal transport sector, the rural sector, the individual farmers, the own account workers in the tourism sector, the waste pickers. Let us not end up with a just transition process which says, no, for you guys, there's social protection. Thanks very much.
Thanks. That's really important. That's really important, Pat. And thanks for raising that issue. And I'll admit I'm at fault there. It's a compartmentalization that happens to try and solve things as best as you know, but thanks for providing that much needed practical advice. I think there's someone before you, Mapalan. I think it was you, Dumi, and then Mapalan, and then to the corner. And now I'm seeing additional hands that are coming up. But hold on a moment. Let's
But she can't
first
see me.
finish off
because of
that
the
row, and
phone.
then we'll see how best to address everybody, because I do want the engagement. Dumi, let's go with you first.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the session. Good morning, colleagues. Chair, all protocol observed. Chair, it's always very difficult to speak after Pat Hall. You are really exposing me because he has taken a lot from what I was going to say. Now, Chair, let me welcome the presentation by Matilda, but also as a small-scale farmer somewhere in the rural Free State. On the issue of 722,000 jobs that have been created, we are happy on that. But then again, remember, in South Africa, we have got migrants as well. So on that figure, unfortunately, he did not outline how many migrant and local vis-a-vis locals that have been employed. And somewhere, somehow, in agriculture, we know that some are seasonal, some is a full time. So on that one, he did not outline for us. But thank you for the presentation. It was good and well detailed, informed, and straight to the details. So I will pause there. As I have said, I've really been intimidated by Pat, who has said a lot. Thanks.
Thanks, Dumi. Mapalan.
Oh, thank you, Lebo, and good morning, colleagues. For me, it's just, I think when Jens was presenting earlier, I wanted to ask the question. I didn't get an opportunity, but part of his slide spoke about.
Ntate Mapalan, but ha ba go itse hle, please introduce yourself.
Oh, I'm Balan Mfundisi from an organization called Show Me Your Number, which is part of Sanak Civil Society Forum, and through that we contribute and participate in the Netlek Community Constituency. Thank you, Chair. So, Jen spoke about the clean energy jobs that are being created. Just want to know, insofar as South Africa is concerned, in which sectors are these jobs being created? Because I'm looking at that also against what you're talking about, the high levels of joblessness that we experience. So why are young people not actually being placed in these jobs that the green economy is producing? Second and last is, there is a saying that the best time to plant a tree was 25 years ago, however many years it would be, so that today we enjoy the benefits of having planted that tree. But we're dealing with the code of good practice for a good, for a just transition. And 25 years later, others will enjoy the benefit of that. I just want to know, this code of good practice, when is it intended to be completed? And when it is completed, when
it is to be implemented, and its implementation, what benefits does it bring, or will it bring for all of us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Question over here.
Yeah, my name is Daniel Mwanduse. I'm from a very small organization called Roundtable. So Roundtable is an organization of volunteers. So I come from far with volunteerism, I think, from the olden days of the former Maparani CEO at community radio stations where we volunteered. So it's almost now in the spaces where we are dealing with youth unemployment, but collectively unemployment in general, because 9-point-something plus million South Africans unemployed. Now, with regard to, let me start with the old regime. With regard to the current environment in the coal environment, where you are laying off those jobs, are we increasing this particular unemployment numbers? And then is it practical in an environment where you have plus minus 20 coal collieries? And this particular coal collieries, some of them are still run on mine with a focus beyond 2070 creation of this industry. That you are simply saying to us, as a producer of coal, leave it underground, don't dig it. Let's start looking at something new. What about the innovation that the CSIR is looking at, which is this conversions of carbon to oxygen? What are we doing with that particular target? Having developed the catalytical converters, can't we do something to still grow energy in that space? Build innovative solutions that basically reduce the carbon, and what are we doing with regard to the flow? Because majority of those collieries are in rural areas where industry is the very same product. Are we simply saying we're taking it to those who are rich, the number one countries? What about those that wants to rebuild new technologies? What are we doing with that in the fourth industrial revolution? The last part is on the jobs themselves, which so-called the green jobs. And I'm realizing that South African economy is in three. I mean, it's Joburg, it's Cape Town, it's KwaZulu-Natal. And in KwaZulu-Natal, the biggest one is the Richards Bay, which is the biggest coal colliery. I mean, biggest coal port in the whole world. So if you are laying off, when we've invested in such a port, what are you saying to us? What are the answers from the commission? And in terms of the commission, I'm not arresting the commission, but those answers, given that they are professionals in the space, they can really assist us to stimulate minds around linking the fourth industrial revolution to the very same second industrial revolution, to say how best. Because I can see the Denmark environment, but we have water on the left, which is the ocean on the left, and then we have the water on the right-hand side. And I don't think in Denmark such beautiful product will beneficiate engineers there. But I'm raising this thing because how best do we use that product towards efficiency of this particular climate change? Because this is the water that makes the rain to rain, and how best to apply our minds. I don't want to go to the traditional, because I'm from those traditional communities where the rain can be a rain that we basically can create traditional, And the white guys and the black guys at the top, they're saying it's a fallacy. But where we come from, it happens. So these are the things that we want to see. How do we inculcate the culture, this traditional product, to assist us to build green jobs, one, two, to basically not make sure that we lose the old ones in the system. I thank you, boss.
Thank you very much. We do acknowledge indigenous knowledge systems, so they are not completely far off from our radar. We do recognize them, and thanks for raising that point. Okay, I need to raise a dilemma before you come in. I need to raise a dilemma. I do want you to take your tea break and stretch out a bit, because we're going to get into content work, right? We'll be with each other until 4 o'clock. Everyone is going to have a say, okay? No one is going to be left out of the conversation, I promise you. Now you have to decide, do you want to say everything right now? Or can we also space it out in a way that even when Lisa has come up and done her presentation, we could still pose the additional questions that we had in that session. I do want us to still stick to the time, so I can release you at the time that we said we would end today's session. And that you can actually go for your tea break on time, because the idea is that you should have had your leg stretch, had some coffee, so that you can listen to the content and input, because we do want you to input on the code. So having said that, can I now see the hands that still want to talk? Noting that there is still time for you throughout the day to say something. And you are standing in between yourselves in a tea break. You see, I'm a mother. This is how I convince my kids this is how I get out of things with my children. You see, thank you. Colleagues, can I do this? Can I ask Matilda and Jens? And there are things that you've asked that are very difficult, by the way, that, to be quite honest, we are not going to resolve them in the question and answer session here. But the presentation that Lisa is going to give us can give us some insights in terms of where can we start. So if it wasn't answered specifically, please don't say we don't want to answer your questions. You did ask very difficult questions, so maybe we are running away from that. But please do give them an opportunity to say something. And then if it wasn't adequately answered, we are going to have a tea break. You can also approach them there. But let's take what we can, and then let's proceed with the conversation after we come back from the tea break. So with that said, oh, I completely neglected this side, didn't I? I did. I'm so sorry. I completely neglected this side. Is it a burning, and be mindful of the fact that you are standing in between everybody and their tea break. Okay, good. All right, Matilda, Jens, and then let's take a tea break and then come back for further discussion.
Now you're putting me on pressure also. I'm now between, or we are between, yes. No, I think a lot of the questions, I think, were also comments and reflections, and so I don't want to, debate or address everything. I think Conchi said it very correct. I mean, political will, you need it, huh? I mean, if there's no political will is not part of the framework. That's a given, huh? So how do you develop that political will? And I think if you look at this code of good practice, if you look at the compartmentalization between departments in South Africa and how they're collaborating, I think there's a reason why President Ramaphosa created the Presidential Climate Commission. It was exactly to try to work more horizontally, huh? Because let's agree, we all know it, those that work with government, it is very compartmentalized, huh? And it won't work to have a proper justice system. And I agree, the power is there, and there's power interest among different stakeholders. I don't know if you have heard this speech by Mark Carney, the President Prime Minister at Davos, that went viral, where he spoke about the power of the powerless, and he made reference to Václav Havel, who was formerly ostracized, Czechoslovakia, and then became the Prime Minister. And fantastic, I think fantastic, and I think it's about that as well. It's also addressing just transition is also about addressing the power balances you find across who holds the productive assets in a country. So let me just say that without going into a long debate on that. I think energy access absolutely, along with investment in renewable energy. And I think exactly as I think you said it yourself, I think renewable energy offers a better opportunity for access security, energy security. And I was part of the energy transition working group on behalf of some of the UN organizations at the G20. And this was the debate. Many of the countries said that, no, we want energy access. That's more important than renewable energy. We want energy security. Let's get energy out to those people that don't have it. But the fact of the matter is, if you look at research, you look at small independent power grids, that is the way, instead of extracting existing grids, national grids to communities that have no access. One way of doing it is mini grids and solar grids and involving communities in doing that. There were a number of other comments. Rail, absolutely. Elephant in the room, I agree. It shouldn't be glossed over and saying, you're not part of social dialogue, but you will have access to social protection. No, everyone needs to be part of it. And I think this is where a code of good practice can be broader than collective bargaining, Pat. If we look at collective bargaining, I think it is limited in a just transition. It plays a very important role, collective bargaining, because those that are organized and unionized and also members of employers and business member organizations, they have a right, according to South African law, to bargain collectively. And I think that is super, super important. But that also means that if only those that have a right to collective bargaining, I think Pat's example are being part of the labor market chamber in NETLAC, but not the three other chambers, I think speaks for itself. And I think this is those barriers we need to break down and making sure that it's collective bargaining plus. It's collective bargaining plus dialogue with communities and simply ensuring that those that don't have a representative voice get that voice. I think that's super important. And then Vumisi, I think, asked about where the jobs being created. I think, I don't know, someone in the room might know more about me and renewable energy, but there are a number of, to my knowledge, big renewable energy projects. And Lippo, you might know more. I think there's a big solar project in the Northern Cape. There's a lot of short-term jobs in construction, security, safety, engineers, but also skilled jobs. But then lesser skilled security guards. So you have a lot of, there's a big solar park being created, I think, close to Uppington and DR. You have Eastern Cape. You have a lot of windmill parks being created. One thing, coming back to Denmark and, about beautiful ocean, Denmark also has beautiful ocean, very beautiful. What is interesting about Denmark is that the continental shelf is very shallow and South Africa becomes deep very fast. So there's been a lot of assessments looking at South Africa building ocean windmills. So in Denmark, you have these ocean windmills. You have one wing that is more than 100 meters long, They are massive. They are so big, but you are able to construct them standing on the seabed. You don't have that option in South Africa. Therefore, the windmill has to be created inland. And then you have environmental protection. There's been big cases in the Eastern Cape where you've put up windmills, but then it's in the flight zone of endangered birds. So it's complex. There are so many moving parts in all of this. Let me stop here. Matilda, do you want to add anything?
Do you have anything, Matilda?
Thanks, Lebu. Okay, so now it's literally me. Between the coffee break, standing in front of your coffee break. I just wanted to really acknowledge all this, all the wisdom, all the insights. I could hear a lot of pain, a lot of worry, but also a lot of great ideas. And a lot of answers. Some of you asked questions, but I think a lot of you also sit with great answers. So I just wanted to really acknowledge that and that we hear you. just mentioning one, like how can we learn from informal waste pickers' way of organizing, and actually to such a degree that they can have formal negotiations with the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Some of you may remember that for the Partnership of Action for a Green Economy, this is actually the second phase. We had a first phase where we worked with the DFFE. Now it's the Presidential Climate Commission steering the ship. In this current phase, and Conti, you also spoke about, yes, political will, political participation, public participation, also public support. With this second phase of PAGE in South Africa, we really have a social partner focus. And at the heart, this project is really about institutionalizing further the management and the implementation of a just transition in South Africa through social dialogue, through sectoral collaboration and policy alignment. There are so many moving parts. How do we bring it all together? And I think there's no other way to do that than to come together. And so what we're doing today is a starting point of this project. And after the tea break, we will hear more from Lebo and from Lisa as well about what the next steps are and how can we turn all of this wisdom, these concerns and worries, ideas into something practical that can actually guide the transition in practice. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Mabalani, your question around specifics in terms of when is what going to happen, that is part of our way forward. If I tell you now, you're not going to come back after lunch. So I'm going to keep that one for the way forward enclosure. Okay, colleagues, let's go for a tea break. Can we make it 20 minutes, please? And then I'll see you at quarter to... Is it quarter to 12? Yes. Okay. See you all at quarter to 12. Thank you. Matilda, if you can help calling in people again. Okay, all right, colleagues, as we get back to our seats, we are going to move to the next agenda item. And as I've indicated, this is a continuous conversation. So if there are questions, even from the previous sessions, this session will still give an opportunity for us to still ask those questions, and then to also come up with comments. Anything is welcome, colleagues. We've set aside this day to really hear what your point of view is. So without any further ado, I am going to hand over to Lisa Seftel, who's no stranger to any of you in the room. She used to be the executive director of NEDLEC. So all of your gripes about how NEDLEC is constituted, this is the person you must address those two. But most importantly, she understands the dynamics of social dialogue for the South African context, and has, even though Lisa, you were supposed to go off on retirement, but she's actually been quite busy with issues related to the just transition, and also a number of issues related to economic restructuring and how to provide better protection. She's going to give us a brief presentation, because really her job today is to do a lot of listening, because herself, as well as Paul Benjamin, are assisting us to put together what is our first attempt at this code of good practice. And then we'll be looking at how to get this going, how to get the social dialogue going around this, so that we can get a process leading up to the development and finalization of a code of good practice on the just transition. So without any further ado, I'm going to hand over to Lisa Seftel.
Thanks, Lebo, and thanks to the ILO for involving both myself and Paul. Paul has also had a long history in drafting codes of good practice. And if you can go to the next slide, but you can see that this is meant to be a discussion, as Lebo said. And really, it follows on from what the ILO said and what Lebo said. I will just recap on what I understand is the problem statement. Oh, great. Okay, and then I will also talk a little bit about scope, about what this project is going to be looking at and not looking at, and in particular then at the role of a code of good practice. And, you know, I listened a lot with what Pat was saying, and essentially what we are suggesting, which is very important for you from civil society, is two documents. The Code of Good Practice, which is in terms of the Labour Relations Act. But as Pat correctly says, there is more collective bargaining and negotiation that is required beyond organized business and labor, involving both government and civil society organizations, and for the just transition, local government. So our idea is to have another document which will promote negotiations, consultation, collective bargaining for groups that go beyond that are in the labor market, on labor market issues, but go beyond organized business and labor. So, and that is the problem that we've been grappling with. And I hope that the discussion today will enrich and advance what we are trying to do. And then I'll share the ideas from international practice, from the ILO, about how to enable procedural justice, which is the how we do things, as well as what should be done to ensure just transition. Issues are very familiar to you, and you know, it's very important for you to give feedback about how relevant they are and what else. So I think Lebo has already talked about the problem statement, as so has the ILO. And so I'm only going to focus on the last bullet point, which is that we want an instrument to guide all social partners on how to do things and what could be done. Because we all know in this space that process is as important as the end result. If there's, that's what is the heart of procedural justice, is that you need it, there needs to be a process, it needs to be fair, it needs to be seen to be fair. Now where am I on this list? Okay. I'm getting confused with the slides. Now this is going forward when I want to go backwards. Well, you're getting a good sense about where I'm going. Okay. Okay. So when the ILO and the PCC came, they wanted a code of good practice. Why? Because a code is a guide, but with some legal force. Okay. So in the LRA, a code is binding if the law says when you do a retrenchment, when you're involved in strike action, when you bargain collectively, you've got to take the code into account. So that's the strength of a code, is that you can say to an employer, you have to take it into account. Okay? But what I think in the labor relations journey they discovered, when it came to the code of collective bargaining, there are some things which is just useful to put down as practical advice. That you must negotiate in good faith, that you must give a lot of time. Lebo talked about time issues. So we are suggesting where we can for workers and employers to have a code that will be binding, but also practical. However, on the other side, a code can't go beyond the law. So, for example, a big issue in the just transition is severance pay. At the moment, the law says 1 week for every year of service. The code can suggest practical guidance that for the just transition, you need more than that, but it can't compel, okay? Because there's no legal provision that says you can have 2 weeks for every year of service if you're in the coal sector. The other limit of a code, it can't different civil society organizations, and so on. So that is the document which would be most useful for you. And we're still going to explore how to give it the maximum legal effect. But we do know that the PCC, in terms of the Climate Change Act, can advise government. So we can do a document. We also know that in NEDLAC, you don't have to, you can negotiate anything that anybody brings to the table. It doesn't have to only come from government. So the PCC can bring to NEDLAC, in a NEDLAC task team, a document which can be negotiated and agreed with all the social partners, including civil society, and PCC can advise government. So it'll have a guidance impact, but it will have some stature. It'll, and particularly if it makes sense to you and it makes sense to other people, people will use it. It's like, I'm sure you often be offered toolkits, Sometimes a toolkit is useless, you don't use it. Sometimes the toolkit is very useful and you use it. So that's what we're looking at. And then, and now I'm no longer a public servant, I'm a contractor. So there's a scope for the work that I'm doing for the ILO with Paul. We think we can identify the instruments. So for one of the issues, big issue, that I think is a good instrument is a relocation allowance. But we can suggest it, but it'll have to be another process in NEDLAC or with the PCC to legislate for something like a relocation allowance. Okay, so that's the job here. So what we've tried to do is identify some key concepts, okay, just to help the discussion. So we're talking about instruments. So the code is an instrument, this guidance document is an instrument. A policy is also an instrument. We're talking about interventions like skills development or job matching. Then Lebo also touched on this, and so did the ILO colleagues. So what transitions are we talking about? Now we know today there's lots of transition. There's the AI. There's transitions because a company doesn't do their job and people lose their jobs. We're not talking about that. I'm not even sure we're talking about the transition back from trucks to rail, okay? But because we want to limit it to economic transitions arising out of climate change and the environment. That's our suggestion. You might say, no, it's not good enough, And then we've adopted a notion of the just transition from the ILO. I won't go back on that. And I won't revisit. We've also taken the concepts of procedural justice and distributive justice from the just transition framework. So what do we want to do here? We want to propose instruments which will set out interventions to enable distributive justice, which is about process, and so distributive justice, and which is the interventions, and the procedural justice, which is the processes, so that the negative impacts can be mitigated and decent work enabled. Now, this is a very important issue that yes, we would love the best in class Rolls-Royce just transition in South Africa. We're not going to get it. So we are using the term mitigation. Obviously, it is about the power of people, organized labor, civil society, voters, residents, that will determine how seriously things are mitigated, how powerfully things can be mitigated. Okay, now I'm coming to the how. And the how is social dialogue. And social dialogue is collective bargaining and consultation. Some of our laws say you have to consult, and we're calling that statutory consultation. Sometimes it's best practice, and we're calling that additional consultation. And then there are also forums. There's workplace forums, there's sector forums, there's LED forums, and so on. We make the point right up front, which is important for you, that when it comes to climate change, It's not only an issue of organized workers and employers. And you saw that in Komati. I did some work on Newcastle and ArcelorMittal. Those workers in ArcelorMittal who are going to lose their jobs, because they're skilled workers, they've been trained by a multinational corporation, they might get jobs. Who is going to suffer more? It is going to be their families who might have to relocate with them, and it's going to be the Newcastle community. That's why the just transition has to go beyond organized workers and beyond formal collective bargaining. I'm sure I don't have to tell you this. So what we are suggesting is that there's the code, there's the guidance note. The code will cover separate collective bargaining, like in bargaining councils, workplace bargaining, like plant level. Then there is workplace consultation in terms of the LRA for retrenchments. And then there are workplace forums. And in the mining sector, there's also something called future forums. That's what we'll talk more about with organized labor and business. With you, we are suggesting and want to suggest processes around tripartite and multi-stakeholder consultation. So that would involve, for example, Pat, a forum which involves waste pickers and the DFFE, and maybe Joburg pick it up as far as Joburg is concerned, you know? But we want to suggest what is the best practice in these kinds of consultations. Another example is master plans. And there was the renewable master plan. It's a really good example of a master plan where they also involved civil society. Okay. What will we discuss there? The thing we will put there, and it's from the best practice of the ILO. If you want to have a proper process, you must consult properly. You must give enough time. You must make sure there's proper mandating. You mustn't co-opt people. You must level the playing field, study tours or whatever. What can be bargained? And then additional issues. Lebo talked about, and it's a big issue all over the world. I think in one of the countries that I looked at, in Canada or Germany, they say you must give 5 years notice before a coal mine is going to close. So that's best practice. We can't legislate it, but it's best practice. Category, now, this is the work that I think Matilda talked about, or about Harun's work, Harun Borat's work. It's interesting work, it's controversial work. It says, if you're a young worker that is in a skilled job, we don't really have to worry about you. If you're a 59-year-old worker, you're going to get a pension. We don't have to worry too much about you. We have to worry maybe about the one that is 50 and that will never be able to be reskilled to get another job. And that's where government must come in with income replacement. But we're not going to say this and this, but we're going to guide that it is a good idea to segregate different categories of workers. And I've seen some work by TIPS, which even suggests that you can look, and I haven't included it in the paper because I think it's too controversial. You must evaluate different levels of vulnerability in communities. I think it's controversial, but and how do you do that? Like if you are staying in an informal settlement, you're more vulnerable than in a township because you've had historically more access to services. I don't know. And then the issue of types of multi-stakeholder forums we'll look at, and then the issues. So, for example, things that you can't discuss, but workers and communities are interested in, is that in many mining communities, the mine provided houses, the mine provides sewer, the mine provides water. Now the mine is going to close down. Who's going to provide all those services? And the other big issue, again, in mining communities is rehabilitation, which are often short-term jobs. Now, who's going to get those short-term jobs? Is it going to be the community members, or is it going to be the workers that were retrenched? Will the workers who retrenched are skilled workers, they know about boiler making? Are they going to agree to start doing rehabilitation and agriculture? So those are the issues that we'll be looking at and that we need you to tell us more. What other process issues do we need to talk about to ensure a proper process? Okay, So that's the processes, the how. Now we come to the what. And I've got a very fancy slide here, but it's very important. These are the interventions that we are suggesting. Them, okay? The one, okay, let me just go to the A, B, C, D. The A is you can discuss it at a work, okay. Okay. No, what goes on here? Okay. The first thing is where workers can discuss at a workplace level. The second is at sector level, like in mining or in motor manufacture. The third, the C, is where you can't do much unless government comes to the party. And the four is, the D, is where you can discuss it beyond business and labor. Okay. So now job matching and placement, and I'll talk more about that. In fact, I'm going to talk more about these things, so you can just see but you can see something like job matching and placement. You can discuss at a workplace. You can, as I said, I did some work with ArcelorMittal. They can job match and say, okay, there is a job in Vereeniging, even though Newcastle is closing. We can link you. We can match you to that job. It can also happen at a national level through Department of Employment and Labor. Doesn't really work. You can also think of new schemes. So B4SA, they did this, B20, the Business 20. They're suggesting for renewable, there were people here talking about new jobs. They were saying there should be a regional matching scheme between Zimbabwe and Southern Africa because it's a scarce skill in these renewable sectors. All controversial. Skills development, and I'll talk, you can see income support is the biggest issue. And there are a lot of different income support I'll talk about. Social protection, enterprise support is new enterprise support. And then the one issue that we've raised is maintaining decent work. Because the issue is that in the coal mining, coal miners are well organized. They've got retirement schemes. Now, when you're going to build a solar, a windmill, wind, first of all, all the parts are mostly imported, I think, up until now. You need a highly skilled contractor to come here for 3 weeks to drive that windmill up off the port and then to erect it. Then the guy can go. So often those kinds of contracts are different. So how do you maintain decent work? It's also an issue that the ILO in their 2023 document raised more, and then restoration and rehabilitation. So I think everyone's got the presentation, so I won't go through all the X's, but you'll see they make sense after a while. So now I'm just going to go through these things. Again, this is what we want your feedback on. What should we say about job matching and placement? It's not very successful at a national level. It could be successful at a local or sector level. Skills development. There's a lot of things happening in skills development. And there's now a skills forum and a skills advisory forum for just transition. And the reason why I think, this is just my personal view, there are all these new structures, is because the existing institutions of SETAs do not work. They are not responsive to the needs of the just transition. One example is that if you're, skills development rests on a skills levy. So if your sector is declining, there's less money for skills levy. So there's less money to retrain workers. What do we do about that? And then, as I said, the last point there is the issue of tuition allowances. So very often used, even like that. And again, can an employer or must government give someone like a voucher for 2 years, fully paid, to transition from a boilermaker to a solar technician or something? So we can provide guidance on the skills mostly. Then there's income support. So already there is some severance pay, 1 week for 1 year of service. Retirement benefits, this is a big issue, I think, that has got scope in the coal sector, because there are retirement funds which are negotiated and between employers and workers. Can you do more? There is the UIF, and then, you know, some of the work that Harun Barat has done is to say, could you extend the UIF? We all know the UIF has got lots of surplus funds. We all know that previously the surplus funds helped a lot in COVID, but there is also stories about abuse. Now I can see UIF is not keen on this. So this is not something that, this is another project, and maybe Ruth will talk about it this afternoon. We can only provide some suggestion that this is important to talk about. And then public employment schemes. Now this is also very interesting, public employment schemes. So now just say, let's take, where's Steve Tshwete municipality in Mpumalanga. And there's an agreement there that, because that's Komati, hey? Steve Tshwete, where's another, eh? Or Hendrina, let's take Hendrina. I don't know what's the municipal name there. Yes, okay. In Hendrina, I think, I don't remember, I'm not, I'm at the theoretical level still. Anyway, at Hendrina, there's a power station. It's closed down, or it's going to close down. Now you set up a forum together with the municipality, together with the Department of Public Works, together with social development, together with civil society, together with the union, NUMSA and NUM and so on. And say one of the things that can help is that there is a public employment scheme. Okay. Now who gets those jobs? Is it the workers that are going to be retrenched? They may not be interested in those jobs because they had formal jobs and they were well paid. Should it be the wives of the people that are going to be retrenched? Should it be the children of the people that are going to be retrenched? Or should it be the most vulnerable people in the community, because they're going to be even more vulnerable now because there's no income from the workers when they don't have money anymore, so they're not going to pay at the local shebeen, they're not going to stay in the local rental accommodation, because in many of these areas, the people who work in the mines and in the power stations are migrant workers, so they stay in rental accommodation. Those are the issues that we need to provide guidance on. Then on social protection, again, this is an important issue. The international experience is, and from the ILO, has two things. In developed countries, they develop special social protection from the government just for retrenched mine workers from the coal sector. But often they give them money for so much, but it's not for that long. Or if you give everybody a universal basic income grant, everybody, it lasts longer, and it doesn't, how can I say, privilege those that have already been privileged. It's a very difficult discussion. Is it better to give, but you can't give a universal basic income grant to everybody at a very high level. So is it better to give a little bit of money to more people? Because in our country, there are a lot of people that are vulnerable, not only those that have been retrenched. Or do you have a specific scheme for particular categories of workers? Now, the one thing that I raise here, and we are including in scope, is not only the mitigation of coal, but the farm workers and workers impacted by climate, by floods and so on. And again, it's very hard. We saw it with Wabu. It's very hard to say when there's been a flood, you have been affected, but you haven't been affected. That's also an advantage of a universal basic income grant, because whole communities are affected. You can't say you are more affected than someone else. Anyway, those are the discussions. And then I think it was raised earlier on about how do you get jobs and income opportunities. And this is not really a labor market intervention. So we're not going to talk about it a lot, but it's very important that forums that are set up like a local economic forum in Hendrina or in Komati have to talk about it. And often what happens, maybe I'm going to crucify it. Is that people think, there's going to be a casino. Casino will solve all the problems, or there's going to be the Chinese are coming with a textile factory to solve all our problems. And I think the only thing we will want to guide here is that my last bullet point. You need significant investigation, data gathering, research, consultation, and negotiation. Do not be won over by somebody who thinks they're going to get a government subsidy, Chinese mine, casino. Those are the big projects, SEZ. It needs real work. And the PCC did a very interesting paper on, what is it, Mpumalanga, short-term job creations in Mpumalanga.
Yes, short-term employment strategy.
And the methodology that those consultants used was good. And they were honest. They said, forestry can work, but this and this and this. Agriculture can work, but this, you've got to do that research. So we would want to provide guidance there. Then I think I've already talked about decent work. And what will be important here, both in the LRA code, Pat, as well as in the guidance, how do you address the workers who are the subcontractors who are going to be retrenched, who are not covered under the definition of employee? So we can't provide binding advice until the LRA amendments go through, but we can provide practical guidance. And there's some very nice international best practice from Australia and even in the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. Yeah. And then lastly, restoration, rehabilitation, and resilience. Again, there are quite a lot of government policies on this, but it's about how do you choose who gets, well, there's two things. The one thing is there's three things. The one is to make sure that, especially because of air pollution and water pollution, there's compensation if there needs to be. How do you get job opportunities from the remediation opportunities? And then what do you want to do symbolically for healing? This must be an issue for people here, Again, in Germany, sometimes they build a museum, I think even in Komati, they had this idea of a museum, a place where you can remember. But, in other communities, you want to have a cleansing ceremony. You want, there's, one has to think of very context-specific things that you can do. Because, especially coal areas, generations of people have been brought up as coal miners. They have an identity as coal miners that needs to be remembered and valued. Okay, so this really is my slide for discussion. Do you agree here that we should have two instruments, one which can be binding and one which is guidance for tripartite and multi-stakeholder forums? And what do you think of the interventions? And I suppose we can also add here, what are the important processes? Consultation, mandating, leveling the playing field that are important to ensure procedural justice. Thanks, Lebo.
Thank you very much, Lisa, for clearly indicating that we're working on two processes and indicating why it was necessary for us to go in this direction, giving the limitations that are inherent for a code of good practice, and how the issue of practical guidance could help us address other issues. There's that last slide that you made reference to that I'd asked to still stay on
Yeah,
the
I've asked,
screen.
yeah.
So that colleagues can also reflect on it, because especially for the interventions to consider for negotiation or consultation, those are really important. The fact of the matter is our project is limited in terms of its scope, and as much as we would love to address everything, we also want to give this a good effort, and it may be practical to just focus on a specific number of interventions that are practical, that can be achievable, so that we can start with the process of getting a code, as well as the instruments for the guidance started. So I'm going to invite, I know I said there's going to be questions. I'm going to take the hands that I missed here, but I've been neglecting this section. Can I start here and then we will finish up with this section? So can I get hands from this side? So it's one, and I don't know if there's someone behind the pillar. Is there? No, nobody. Okay, so one, is there? One, somebody behind the pillar. Three, who's Klingwe, you'll be three, four, and then five. Okay, and then that's it, and then we'll go to the next side. Thank you. Start with you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Victor Nyon. I'm from a organization called Teen of Tech, and we focus on gender equality, climate resilience, and digital transformation. I just want to emphasize, when you're talking about climate change, I think it starts with us here. So I've been moving around a lot. I've seen the water bottles, they don't use plastic water bottles, because we have a situation with water pollution, plastic pollution, and many other stuff. So I was maybe urging we can also focus on bottled water for the near future. And also, I heard you talking about how Denmark succeeded, or they are making strides in terms of climate resilience. I just want to ask, how is your syllabus or academia from lower grades until university shaping? Because if I can see, most of the African countries, they are not, their syllabus is not yet aligned with climate change or with any changing climate adaptation that need to be done. And also for the last year, I just want to ask about, was we're talking about coal. There are many other sectors being affected by climate change, especially other mining companies, or who are doing a lot of mining in the environment. Is how are they going to be affected by this transition? Thank you.
Thank you very much. The second person, please. No one? Okay, then Klingwe, it's you. Then what's the fourth one? Yeah, so I'm going to start with Klingwe first, and then you can come.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentations. I just had a quick question about why there was a separation between, so maybe it didn't come clearly for me, between the code of practice and guidance document, as to why, for example, this group is more focused on the guidance document and not the code of good practice. Asking because I'm also a worker, so whatever goes in there also affects my rights and all of that. So that's what I wanted to understand. Thanks.
Thank you. The next person, please.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tshegofatso Malo. I am working under the Pan-African Collective for Evidence, which is an evidence-based, or rather evidence-informed NPO. We work to ensure that we alleviate poverty and inequality in South Africa and Africa. So the question is based on the presentation that was given. Obviously, this is data and research that has been done to ensure that we improve the lives of the people on the ground. But we have an evidence synthesis, or rather a living mind map, as to how we can ensure that this is brought to life, because this is basically information, but is there practicality? Because with PACE, this is the work that we do. We drive data-driven research, but also ensure that on a national level, it's been implemented on the ground, rather than like in rooms like this where we have this conversation and then it's done, then we go back home, but we don't ensure that it's actually impacting the people. So the question is, this discussion going to go from being information or data to a living evidence map, and from a living evidence map to evidence synthesis, and then from evidence synthesis to practicality? So that's the question I'm asking.
Thank you. The next question, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Mpho Palwane. I'm representing Grassroots for Climate Action, Gauteng. There's quite a lot you mentioned on your presentation, but I'm just going to highlight the two. The first one is the Code of Good Practice. You've mentioned that it's not legally binding, so it is a concern, especially in terms of the Public Finance Management Act, because there has been many documents, even through the United Nations, that will find that they are not legally binding. So for the fiscus, I believe that is a concern. So my question is that, is it possible for it to be integrated into the Climate Change Act as part of a policy or a legislated framework, making reference to the Climate Change Act as the main legislation? The second one is on the job matching and placement. You also mentioned on that part that you'll find with solar and wind panels that services have got to be outsourced. That is also a concern because of, in terms of skills development, we have to try to make sure that every South African is not left behind and instead capacitated. So we have to look into that so that we avoid dissatisfaction, which often leads to protest, for example, the truck driving industry. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Lisa, I want to check. Do you want to just answer these ones and then we go to this section? We've got a bit of time.
Okay, no, thanks for that. Some of them are suggestions about, for example, the issue of the plastic pollution, and the issue about schools also embracing climate change. Let me go a little bit carefully about the difference, the limits and possibilities of the code versus the guidance document. So, how can I put this? In South Africa, since our democracy, different government departments have evolved in different ways about how to implement the changes that we wanted from democracy. The department, when we in 1994, workers had no rights at all, or limited rights. And because the ruling party, the ANC and COSATU were in alliance, there was a lot of effort placed in changing the labor dispensation. And the approach that was taken is that we also recognize that the labor market changes, and we've seen it, you know, the difference between 30 years ago and today. So they said they'll put in place enabling legislation, which is, it's not that detailed, supported by codes of good practice, okay? But a code of good practice doesn't go to Parliament. So that's why it can't have the effect of a law. It does come to NEDLAC, so it's consulted, but it doesn't have the strength of a law, okay? Now, what's also happened through the 30 years and through court cases is that if something is in a code, an employer so if the code says, and I hope Paul is online because I'm sure he's got a better example. The code can compel an employer to talk to a union, but a code can't compel an employer to reach an agreement with a union. Okay, so it can say you've got to consult on retrenchments, for example, but it can't say you're allowed to stop the retrenchment. Okay, so that's what a code can do and what a code can't do. But it's a useful mechanism We've seen how useful it is. You know, one of the big problems in labor over the last year is violence in strikes, because there's no, so I think in 2018, there was a code of good practice about picketing, which has helped to reduce violence in strikes, you know? So now we're coming to this problem of climate change. And so that's why Labour and the PCC are saying, we need a good practice here. It's uncharted territory. We've seen the problem of Komati. Let's provide guidance, okay? And the code in terms of the LRA. So other laws, other departments, DFFE, they don't have codes of good practice. They have regulations. They have something else, okay? But now we are in the labor market space. But we're not only in the labor market space. So the suggestion is, where it can apply as a worker, we'll have a code, which will be very binding when it comes to what that you must consult. It'll be less binding and more guidance about what you can do about job matching and placement. Okay, so it will say it's a good idea to see how you can match workers. It can't compel there to be matching, okay, unless there's an agreement. Now, the point made, so I hope I've addressed your point. The point made there about why couldn't this be integrated into Climate Change Act? That's exactly what we're suggesting for the guidance document. Remember, I said PCC can advise the minister, but you know what kind of minister there is now, okay? It's your power. It's your power, because that minister has the power to make regulation on anything concerning climate change. I can't remember the provision, but it's in the document. So if we have a good document that social partners want, there is the opportunity for it to become a regulation under the Climate Change Act. So I think that's the big answer here. Just to respond to Tsegofatso, so the process we're hoping is that myself and my colleague Paul will draft a document. The PCC will table it in NEDLAC, and you will discuss in NEDLAC where's the best place to negotiate it, because as Pat says, Labour Market Chamber doesn't like you. After that, if it's a code, the NEDLAC parties can agree in an EXCO. If they all agree, the code goes into the Government Gazette, it can be followed. It's not yet practical, as if it only becomes practical when an employer and a worker and union sign an agreement, okay? Because there's steps to practicality. On the guidance note, if it's approved in NEDLAC, it could be used to guide and becomes practical when, for example, in Hendrina, they use it and they sign an agreement, and there are programs that are set up in terms of that agreement. So these are all processes, but I think we all know, you know, that there is a step from policy to implementation. And then just, I think the last point, the second point that was made here about job matching and outsourcing. One of the things, remember I said maintaining decent work. One of the areas where we want to give practical guidance is exactly this. Let's not move from full-time permanent work with benefits to what, Pat, what do you call it? Precarious work, work with no benefits. Outsource work where you know, you're out when you're out, when you finish your job. So that's what we will be looking at. I hope I answered all the questions.
Yeah, that was really good. And I think also overemphasis on why the two processes are important and sort of work together to help us achieve what we're setting out to achieve here. I'm going to come to this side of the room to see if there are any questions that we have. Okay, I'm going to start here. So it's 1, 2, 3. The lady behind the pillar. So let me start again. So it's 1, 2, 3. Before lady in the pillar, lady in the red, lady in the pillar, and then former Commissioner Magoma, and then Pat, and then we've got Sir at the back over there. So let's start here.
Oh, thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Mamoloto Tlabella. I'm here from the South African Institute of Electrical Engineers, a chapter called Entrepreneurs or Entrepreneurship and Innovation. We welcome the very good presentation there, particularly looking at what I call the triple win transition. The previous ones, when we can take, or rather when we take the real life story of Nkomati, was more looking at environmental and economic factors only. It really disregarded the issue of social impact. And now with this Enrica approach, we welcome it, but we're also saying some of the things may not necessarily be for this roundtable. The business people or the business round table will have to look at the issue of entrepreneurship so that we don't only create what we call consumerism in terms of jobs, but rather also be able to innovate. I heard my brother there talking about issues of manufacturing, and my sister here also talking about, I can't remember who's talking about the issue of the European Union or Europe saying in 2037, no more ICE cars, EVs. That is a very good thing for us to innovate and create a bank of lithium batteries in South Africa, and that could help us a great deal. But let me not divert. I'm saying we need to look specifically on the social win as far as when we decommission these industries or moving towards renewables and so on and so on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Can I get the next speaker?
Thank you, Chair. My name is Lebohang Dita. I am part of the Nedlek community constituency. Chair, when we started this morning, you implored us to have an honest conversation. And Jens quoted the Canadian Prime Minister, but I think for me, the most important thing that came out of his mouth was for us to stop pretending, all of us. And I want to implore this meeting to also stop pretending. I think I understand the importance of why we need to come up with a code of conduct, but I also know that we have a number of documents that we're not good at showing what we've done with them in terms of implementation. Therefore, I'm a little bit uncomfortable about being involved in another exercise to produce another document. So please forgive me. I mean no disrespect to the meeting by saying that up front. I want to go back to what we said may be important for us as a community constituency. We are not labor. Most of us are volunteers. Yes, some people are employed, and we need to make that distinction. But because of that, I think for me, and I'd say the people that I represent, we need to focus on what social capital we are creating in these communities that are devastated by this transition. And it's not just this transition, but it's a transition, or the transitions that Lisa referred to earlier. Because of that, our intervention from where I'm sitting and with what you've presented, the clear area to kind of drill in on is around skills development, and the stats that we looked at this morning, around 45% of young people not being in an employment or training. If that doesn't scare us, I don't know what else is more important. And I apologize to the chair up front for my impatience in the morning. It's because we have people from Mpumalanga in the room who may not be here until 4 p.m. And I'm worried that we will be doing presentations and not have enough time to hear voices in terms of what is it that we walk out of this room with. So for me, social capital, how do we build it in communities in ways that they can see it? So we also need organizations that are in the room like Page to map for us what you are doing practically on a map of South Africa with pointers in Bumalanga, in this Steve Chwete, in Hendrina. We need to know what projects are happening for people. I think the people I've spoken to in Bumalanga, I actually have had enough of consultations. They've been over consulted. They hear of papers. We know there are papers at the PCC. There are documents. We need projects for communities to engage in to build their own social capital. They are not going to be jobs with pension funds and medical aids for them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And please don't apologize. As honest as we can be, let's continue to do that. We must also recognize that this process is also emanating from frustration around a process that ended up very badly. And I think one of the things that at least keeps me up is Krutfle. I am incredibly anxious around what that decommissioning process will look like if the norms and standards and rules are not set in place prior. So this is where this process is coming out of. And I do acknowledge the consultation fatigue. Equal to that, I also do acknowledge the anger that you will also invoke if we had to sit and do this by ourselves, because there are clear blind spots. As a Black female in my 30s who's only ever lived in the cities, I inherently have, that I would not be able to take into consideration when touching on something that is this cross-cutting and has such intense societal implications. The people that live in these areas have lived there for generations. You know, we're not just talking about work in the simple way that we think about work. We're talking about something that's actually generational in nature. So please bear with us in this process. Really, it's coming from having seen what has gone wrong when we relied on the goodwill, on just having goodwill that people would do what they had to do. It didn't transpire like that. And if we don't, and we leave the process to just go on, my fear is that we are creating a lot of ghost towns. We are stripping. There's a lot of social services that communities no longer receive when the operation comes to an end. Komati in particular, water was cut off. Water. Recreational facilities. Kids couldn't play soccer anymore because those facilities were locked up. So these are the things that we are trying to address through this process. And I understand the frustration. The talk shops have happened, and I will admit to that. But again, it's a fine line to walk, because when done by myself, it will, or if done with consultants alone, it'll also be not fit for purpose. Okay. The next hand was, okay. And then let's start with you, and then we'll go to the lady in the red dress.
Good afternoon, beloved. I greet you all in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen. Yes, we are now in the church. I'm speaking as a cardinal, the custodian of the church in the African continent. I'm a president of South African Union Council of Independent Church. I'm not alone here. There are some members with me in this house. Well, beloved, thank you for the presentation. I've been listening and taking notes wherever that I get the notes. Well, as a preacher, it's not necessary that I know the Bible only. People think that the preacher is only can tell you about the scriptures. Well, I've been involved in projects. We launched President Cyril Ramaphosa in 2022, the project called District Development Model into all the province until prior to the elections time. The purpose of the district DD, we call it DDM, is to bring the national government and the provincial government and local government where there is a need of resources. I've heard the speaker mention that there is a need of access to energy to communities. There is access to social dialogue. We have experienced last year, we had a social summit in the country. We had a G20 summit for 2025. That was part of the dialogue led by Netlek Community Constituency. And we had a renewable energy project initiated by ESCOM, the main project, since the president brought in the minister Ramakgopa to rehabilitate ESCOM. You remember, you might have experienced in the country until the minister came in, rehabilitated the. Well, the policy for alignment with the government, we've got triple P. I don't know, people are aware of triple P. The public-private partnership. It's a policy in the government. It does not need the network, the labor. You may start it from the community. Once you establish NGO in the communities, with the compliance with the SARS and all, you may use the business to come on the social responsibility in the community. Yes, and then you may then invite the government in terms of DDM. You may invite the provincial government if there are challenges like climate change happens in like KZN. I was in KZN as a member of APRM. I were assigned to oversight in the KZN, and we realized that the challenges there. The government don't get access down to the community, and the community don't get access to government. And that's the reason why the people build houses next to the river. There are some councillors who don't do their work. And people need land, because government doesn't get access. We only come, everybody's at attention for everybody when the floods already taken all over. Well, it is a big challenge that strategy we have taken the responsibility for humanitarian. It's part of our project as a church. And not only a church, even the other NGOs, it's their responsibility. But the government have to come in, they've got resources to come and assist them. And then so that humanitarian, there can be some funds reserved, available. And then so that the people, when they had the floods, they should not wait 6 months and a year and be located somewhere. I was sitting here, I don't know, it's not the same place, not like there could be another place, but it's a network house where we had an AGM. I spoke to, there was a minister of labor, which is network fall under labor. There was a minister of social development, prior to the local government, prior to the election last year. Then I pleaded to Minister, the Commissioner of Lotto to assist not like to bring the resources in, because the house was hosted by the network community constituency to look after the challenges of the civil society. But I'm glad that the Lotto, they hosted civil society at Beachwood Hotel. That was in December. Yes, that was a first move to come on board. So I'm simply saying that there is a need for a community to work with NGOs, not to wait for government to come in, because government, they only comes in when they need something or something happen, or it's a time for the elections time to market. Yes, yes. I'm also part of the political. It's a fair reasons that they will only come and hold your child. Oh, you looks like your father. If it is the father. So myself, we always do that. So now, don't wait for government to come in. Approach business. Get access of sponsors, international donors. Let them come in. They will invite you to make a presentation, profiling. You can partner with them that is well outstanding, so that you can get the resources and then run your community initiative projects. Then the government, once they see some activities, they'll come in to come and support you. So now, will you wait? You want to wait until Jesus Christ comes? Available. The people are from Germany, they came here to South Africa just to invite us and to give us advice that the resources are available, capacity is available. So I think we are willing to learn from you. This is all I've just learned from activities, involvement, being a preacher. They are thinking that the preacher are lay people. No, they are not lay. We've got skills. Now, the government also, we've got skills development. In my organization, they offered us a project of the skills development in the Alredo Park. Is there people, some of you know Alredo Park. It was a drugs were high. The children were killed. And during the President Zuma, we went there, and President asked, what can I do from the presidency project? And then we said skills development. So now in the government, there are some projects. He gave a farm under the cooperatives government, which was signatory to the water board. So now he asked the Gauteng government, it's within the Gauteng government under social development, to relocate some funds. They started them with 5 million up to 20 million. It was only stopped when the people were not looking after the project. But the government, they do come in and support, but they wanted to see some progress. So as I'm saying, people should not wait for government first. They must get access partnership with existing NGOs, get an approach, and then from there the government will come and see that these people will not be dependent on the government. And then so far, thank you so much for time.
Amen.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that, Pastor. That was That was an important reflection. So we sometimes overlook. So churches play an important role when a disaster hits. A lot of the people are housed in churches and they stay there for months. So, I mean, maybe Lisa, you did say that there was an adaptation lens to this work that I said we could be blowing up the scope a little bit, but maybe under restoration and rehabilitation. The even broader than that is this whole question around integration. Who does what? The big problem with Komati is that we looked at ESCOM to deliver a just transition, which was not appropriate. And then equally, when a disaster strikes, we look at local government, even though there's issues there in terms of capacity, ability to respond. So the ability to bring the various local partners together to implement is also something that we should take into consideration. But thank you for that. I'm going to move on to the lady in the back.
Thank you very much, Chair, for the opportunity. I've been listening and I heard the last presentation.
You could introduce yourself and then speak to the mic so that we're writing a transcription.
I'm Rebecca Digamela. I'm from Southsea, and I've been listening in the last presentation. I was listening also attentively. The presentation indicated that the government should come up with income replacement. And I was asking myself, how can this be obtained, or where can we obtain this one? So I also listened that there is an ensuing unemployment due to the effects of what we are faced with. Now I ask myself the question about what is the role of other capitalists that are with us, because during COVID-19 we were exporting even the masks, and now you need to check our industrial policy. What does it say? Because we've been advised externally that we should deindustrialize. I think we need to revisit the industrial policy so that we also are benefiting from industrialization in our own country. I will just give one example. The Department of Health in Gauteng in 2021 was spending 18 billion on medicals. And where are these coming from? Many of them, they are coming from multinational companies, because we do not do that. So it's about time, in case of us ensuring that we do not lose, we increase in terms of our industrialization. Therefore, a review of our industrial policy should come in. And the advice from anti-Africa should also be reduced, because they complain, they will say your temperature is too hot, but there are benefits from our hot temperatures. The other example I can give is, I think 2 years ago, we were unable to move between KZN and Free State because of the ice. Are we ready if that kind of a system come again? Because there was a lot of ice, but when you go to Scandinavia, already they addressed that issue by making sure that in the morning around 3, they remove ice, people can move between two countries. With us, how far are we? So those are some of the issues that could also create jobs that we are foreseeing them going down. And we also have construction industry that has been, according to the media, affected by illegal people. What is the role of our government in terms of ensuring that this industry, which is massive in our country, benefit ourselves? I'm saying this because we are talking about unemployment, which is high and it is ensuing. And these foreign people are not contributing towards our UIF. I know the speaker earlier said we need to also check what IF can benefit our people. But if there is construction going on, but there is no addition to our UIF, how are we going to do that? Lastly, I know she also proposed the SEZ with other nationals. One industry was built by the Chinese in another country, not far from here. They never appointed even one person in that country. Is that not going to happen in our country? Hence, I'm saying the government should assist in ensuring that these multinationals, when they come here, they comply and ensure that they develop our own people. Because the issue that for me touched me was the level of unemployment that is going high, and the government should do something. So through these platforms, this is the opportunity to go and check. Lastly, is the marine economy or the shore economy. Who owns the shore economy? People who were fighting in 1945, but we do have our shores that we are not benefiting from. So hence the industrial policy should be looked into so that those issues are addressed to benefit the people in our country because they are here. It can't be good that they are already dead, but they still generate income from our shore in Durban and in other areas where we've got our shores. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. The next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Deborah Subing from Five Loaves Foundation. So we are working on packaging a program that educates young women on sustainable agriculture. So how to feed yourself, running a backyard garden, how to start and sustain that, because we talk about a lot of these interventions, but actually find when you talk to people every day, nobody's doing it. And that's one of the things I think we need to start integrating into the codes, the implementation plans, and the M&E documents that we put together, is that we're almost afraid to start small. It is good and well to focus on the macroeconomic aspects of reskilling, upskilling jobs, EVs, and including renewable energy. But I find that a lot of the things that touch base with the everyday human are not reaching the human. And so just finding ways of how to do that very well over the next few years. Another key issue is that how do we find ways to integrate research and data along the social factors that affect people at community levels as well? We're able to say very accurately 10% of GDP growth is contributed from the renewable sector, but we can't measure the impact as well as the opportunities that lie on the ground. So I think those two worlds need to start meeting and connecting each other very well. This is because also through the conversations that we're having with the everyday lay person is they don't know what we're talking about. Just transition, so provocative that nobody really knows what it means. And I think it's a missed opportunity because the labor sector having a lot to deal with in terms of bargaining councils and money and is not working fast enough in terms of adaptation on the side. And so we're having these bloodbaths of jobs that are taking place in South Africa, which means labor in the longer term are going to find themselves redundant because you're going to start representing less and less of a constituency in this country where the biggest buy-in that we're going to be needing is people at community levels who are saying, I want to participate in this thing, but I don't know where to start. I don't know where to find it. Nobody's hearing me. So I think that's important. Also, just lastly, because if we're also going to focus on being reactive, we shouldn't wait for the next climate disaster to happen in South Africa to start to want to engage the people it affects. I mean, the impact of a flood is much more evident than the one of extreme heat, for example. What are we saying in terms of industry about mitigation materials that you can put in shacks and houses for all of that? We're not capitalizing. We're just seeing solely the challenges that come with it, but not the opportunities that can emanate from that. And just also, maybe I am the child of a pastor, is that you can't reach people after the fact. If I'm experiencing trauma and I'm stressed, you can't teach me anything. And so can we just find those proactive ways of penetrating grassroots levels, which means how do we take a scale and an audit of what it is that people are doing here in the room, outside, at a scale that we can measure and say, actually, we're not working from a deficit, but we don't really know what's really taking place. Thank you.
Thanks, Tebogo. Those are really important points. 2 seats away from you, Jürgen is working on a project around how do you map those social sort of indicators, right? So we're saying a just transition is good for you, but there's actually nobody can actually see that in an actual indicator, right? So you'll say it's good for the economy, it's good for the gross domestic product, or it's even there's a net positive job gains. But in terms of did it actually increase your access to social services? We don't know. Did it actually improve your life or worsen your situation? Who did it benefit exactly? Did it benefit more white men and disadvantaged black women? What actually happened there? So we are trying to map these, and we're calling them just transition indicators to speak to these social impacts. Because you're right, the term goes over a lot of people's head because it means nothing for their day-to-day lives. And the idea is to start telling that picture even more. And since we're disclosing, I'm the wife of a pastor, so. It's a revival. The next speaker, please.
Good afternoon. I hope it's me.
Is it? Yes, I think it is. Yes.
Yes. Thank you very much. And Yank, thank you for reminding us about why the just transition. Because we speak about a just transition, but it seems like a lot of people have missed as to why it's just a terminology that is like everyday language. And the chairperson for also reiterating that every time we speak about the just transition, the principles of the just transition of procedural, distributive, and restorative justice are the kind of what we remind people of on an everyday basis. And this should guide us into the code of good practice on implementing the just transition. And I think when we talk about a code of good practice, we should also ask ourselves, good practice towards what? Because it's towards a low carbon economic development. And that is what we need to say, what really guides us. And what really guides us, it's already there, because a lot of international institutions are using these safeguards. You get the World Bank uses the safeguards, the IMF uses the safeguards, and the ILO continuously refers to the safeguards. And the environmental and social safeguards, it's what really needs to guide the code of good practice. For an example, the practice or the implementation of the just transition should not harm. We should be guided that whatever we do should not harm the environment, should not harm nature. The biodiversity needs to be protected, and that should be one of the guiding examples, because if we talk about a low carbon economic development, you cannot destroy nature. Nature needs to be resuscitated or revived or being protected. But the other thing, because this code of good practice, really impacts on us as people. It's quite important that the very people are part of deciding what the code of good practice should be. We may be in this room, we may be happy that we're discussing this, but it's not everyone that is represented or their views are represented in this room. So there is a need for intensive discussions in communities. We have examples of what happened in Mpumalanga or what were the issues in Mpumalanga, but we also have examples of how consultation in communities worked so well, like the Nelson Mandela Bay Resilience Project, like some of the projects that are taking place in KwaZulu-Natal. Though we're saying there are limitations, but you can see that when communities or when ordinary people are involved in deciding what needs to happen, that is what brings about a good result in that. And so the code of good practice also, because this is something that whenever anything is being decided, these are some of the things, like when projects are being implemented or designed, respect is something that is missing, particularly respect to the systems that bring people together, and the heritage of the people, the cultures of the people, the belief systems of the people are most of the time not even considered. And this is the glue that would bind the good practice towards a just transition anywhere. The gender aspects and the equity aspects are also important for this code of good practice for implementing the just transition, because if issues of gender are not taken into consideration, issues of rights of current and future generations are not taken into consideration, that means that whatever good code of practice we have, it's not a real one. And I know the difficulty of reaching out to each and every community, but at least we've got voices that can be brought together, that can contribute towards what does it look like to have a good practice on the implementation of the just transition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Member Coleman. Thanks for also reminding us that yes, there are vulnerable people in this transition, but there are specific groups that are more vulnerable than others, and that in the crafting of the code of good practice and even the practical guidance, we should take those into consideration. So I really appreciate that. Pat, you wanted to speak. I think you're the second last person, and then
Yeah.
sure.
So I think just firstly to answer to the question about, do we want this code of practice or do we want two instruments? I think, I'm with my sister in front of me, Lebo Lita, that the question is, how useful are these ongoing consultations? And on the other hand, the question of deepening consultations. I think that the process of negotiating a code of practice between this broader civil society forum or grouping that we have and beyond, it can definitely be a good exercise and a useful exercise, because we've been too narrow so far. But all of us don't want to end up in the position that Lebo was talking about, where 2 years later, we feel as if all we've been doing is reorganizing the deck chairs on the Titanic. So I have to just make a rejoinder on the point I made earlier. I was happy to hear the response of the ILO, not because I agree with it, but because it very succinctly explained what it is that we're fighting against. This idea, and I was not even talking about civil society in general, I was talking about a part of civil society that's also part of the labor market, but it's part of the labor market that doesn't get into the collective bargaining spaces. And the justification is, and it was repeated by the presenter, we work with organized labor. And I know that what they mean, although it's not accurate, organized labor means formal sector, like labor in the traditional industrial economy sense, in which the trade union movement grew up in Europe, and then we developed that model. Now we're dealing with a new world of work, where not all of labor looks like, and everybody in this room who's been in Decent Work Country program meetings knows that in South Africa, workers in the informal economy are organized. So the justification that they can't get into the negotiating spaces because they're not organized into workers' organizations, the fact that that they cannot register their organizations as unions is because our laws are still backward. And that labor reform task team didn't address this issue at all. It was one of the issues that we were not able to come and speak to in that task team. So, and what that shows us is that the question of collective bargaining spaces and what you believe should be allowed and should not be allowed is a contested question. So the answer that we got from the ILO is a good reflection of the position the ILO has to take, because they sit between labor and business, and they struggle to deal with the informal economy, and we've been struggling with that since the 90s altogether. But we have been organizing on the ground, and those workers are organized, and it becomes less and less justifiable to exclude them. And interestingly, this contradiction played itself out in the Committee on Decent Work and the Platform Economy in 2025, when the European Union, who holds this position, the one we heard from the ILO, put forward an amendment to the draft convention to try to exclude own account workers from the convention. Something which was a deja vu to 1995, when Convention 177 did exclude own account workers in the home-based sector. The same thing came up in the platform sector. Luckily, things have changed, and the employers agreed wholeheartedly with the European Union. The workers opposed that this time round. The whole African sector opposed this position. Most of the Latin American countries, except for Argentina, for reasons that become really clear, also didn't agree with that. Asia was completely divided, and that position was defeated, which shows that we have to think out of the box about what kind of collective bargaining space we want to have, which stops excluding members of the labor market who don't fit into that traditional industrial model. So I'm suggesting that while we develop our codes of practice, let's not just accept the framework. South Africa has to decide, it has to make a geopolitical decision, which it's done in other contexts, what to do about this issue, about the just transition. And I'm challenging us to not stay with that model. Thanks.
And I agree with you, by the way, Pat. I agree with you wholeheartedly. If things went my way, and we saw this during the COVID pandemic, we struggled to provide protection to workers who don't neatly fit the labor relations depiction of a formally recognized worker, and it created a lot of problems. So what ended up happening is that we had to, at the last minute, extend the UIF surplus to people who have never contributed. And I mean, that's not sustainable, and it's chaotic like that. So I agree with you wholeheartedly on that front. We're going to take the last question, and then Lisa, also there's no pressure to, I mean, there are things that we can respond to, but there are things that are telling us something about the interventions that we should be thinking about, and it's telling us about what is more important to consider. And then this broad question around, are we sticking to the code in the strict sort of prescripts of the LRA, but you can come in on that. But let me take the last question, then we'll go to you, Lisa. Oh, Jens also wants to ask something. So we'll take you, and then Jens is going to have to be very quickly because we need to go for lunch, and then it's Lisa.
Thanks, Chair. I'm Gosnati Tema. I'm an attorney and international trade academic. I just want to highlight that perhaps one of the most important issues hasn't really been touched on, and that's, it has, but on the periphery, and that's the issue of food security. Particularly with the shocks that have been highlighted, how those may worsen food insecurity in South Africa, which with the joblessness we experience is quite acute at the moment. That's really it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for raising that really important point. Jens, we'll go to you, and then Lisa will come back.
Sorry, it's actually a long question. No, just because Pat makes me think, but I'm also making some notes whether, this code of good practice, we are trying to do enough. And if I can just quickly explain, I mean, Lisa said something very important. She said it has to stay within the scope of the labor law, right? Or the confines of labor. And I want to ask, is that enough? Do we only treat it as a labor relations issue? And I made some notes, and I think one thing, if you want to frame it sort of in the Constitution of South Africa, we can look at Section 3 talks about the right to fair labor practices, Section 24, right to an environment that is not harmful to health and well-being and sustainable development, Section 7, right to social security and social assistance, and Section 195, right to accountable, transparent, and participatory governance, right? And I think a code would not extend those rights and would not give more rights, but I think implication for the code could be that it must be framed as a guidance on how existing constitutional rights are to be realized during climate and technology-driven restructuring, not as new obligations, right? And just very, very quickly, the Climate Change Act. Why don't we talk about the Climate Change Act, which talks about just transition, decent work, social inclusion, poverty eradication. It talks about employment, labor, and social impacts. Moving further, why don't we look at the National Environmental Management Act, NEMA, and align how public participation and labor consultation processes are part of the NEMA Act. We have the Mineral and Petroleum Resources Development Act, where they talk about social and labor plans, and that could be addressed. We have and then I think coming to a point that is perhaps missing by treating this as distinctly non-government, but though realizing government is also an employer, but looking at the Public Finance Management Act, how do they govern their budget? What do they spend money on? If we look at going one step further, Municipal Finance Management Act, how do municipal finance, how do that contribute to a just transition? The Preferential Procurement Policy Act, and so on and so forth. I'm just highlighting this because I think what could be really interesting to talk about the ILO Just Transition Policy Framework. I said it was a long question, huh? Which cuts across these 9 different policy areas, and how can a code of good practice actually speak to that? So I think it shouldn't establish new entitlements or subsidies, tariffs or procurement points, but I think what it could consider how to use existing other acts better and earlier in labor processes. And I just think we shouldn't miss that. It might be all what we are trying to do, but I just want to put it into the mix. Sorry for a long question.
Well, you're the one giving us the money to do this, so you can extend the scope as you want. We can do whatever you want us to do, actually. It's you're the one that must pay for it at the end of the day. So be careful what you're asking us for. But I do hear what you're saying. I hear what you're saying, and I hear what Pat is saying, and I hear what Lebo was raised earlier. And this is why we're having this discussion, and this is why we didn't want to finalize on anything yet before we had heard from the individual constituencies, because I do understand the confines of the LRA in its current framing. But let me hand over to Lisa, and Lisa, if you can do this quite quickly, because we do need to take a lunch break at past.
Okay, no, thanks. I will be very quick, but Paul is also ready to respond.
We're just checking if we can show Paul. Yep, they'll be ready to cue him in when he wants to speak.
Okay. So I think Paul will answer Jens's question about, and I think you do raise an important issue. Yes, of course, any instrument will be guided by the Constitution. The extent to which, I'm going to leave the to Paul, how sufficient it will be to use existing policy instruments and how you can use existing policy instruments from different parts of legislation. Otherwise, I think what has been raised here are very useful comments, additions to what we can also consider in the instruments. I think the importance raised by Lebogang and by Makuma about the importance of youth and gender and skills, and not only current but future generations. I think the issues raised by the custodian of the church about flooding and adaptation is very important. The issues raised about looking at industrial policy is important. Just to say that foreigners do contribute to UI. So, we shouldn't see that as a threat. And then the issues about food security, food gardens, starting small can also be looked at. And I think Paul will also respond to what Pat is saying. At the end of the day, it's a tactical question, about which is up to the social partners, about if you can't get the whole hog, do you want 50%? Paul.
Thanks very much, Lisa. Thank you, Lebo. Can I be heard?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, firstly, I'll just, my apologies for not being there, but I've listened as much as I could, and I'll respond to the issues that have been raised and that Lisa has summarized. Firstly, I suppose there's a question of language. We can use code sort of broadly and colloquially to refer to sort of any document that guides practice. And then one has to look at who can issue it and what its effect would be. Secondly, we can use the code of good practice in its technical sense under the LRA. And unfortunately, the position there is that an LRA code can only have effect on matters covered by the LRA. And therefore, that code, which would obviously have great benefits for workers in the formal economy who are employees as understood, would as Lisa, it would not go all the way, but it would certainly offer important benefits for workers in the formal sector. There's no vehicle at the moment that could cover workers outside the LRA. The proposals in the bill it was published late the year before, and is making its slow way through the public processes, does have a very significant extension of the definition of employee, which would include a lot more of informal and platform type workers. But that's a separate issue. But certainly a code at the moment is confined by the statute's terms. Are there other vehicles? I mean, at one level, there are all the constitutional rights, as Jens mentioned, but there's no immediate source of authority that allows for the articulation of detailed policies on those on those constitutional rights. They are done through statute. There are a number of possible sources. If we recall during COVID, quite creative use was made of the powers of the minister, I think it was of local government, under the Emergency Act, and most documents were in fact issued under that. They were probably, many of them may have gone beyond the strict terms of the Act, but that was sort of creatively used. Certainly the most logical statutory power in this regard are the regulation-making powers under the Climate Change Act. They are both, widely framed, but not that specified, which does create problems when you come to look at whether regulations are competent in terms of the enabling act, where sometimes courts will say, well, this power wasn't specified, and therefore you can't make regulations on this power. Other cases, they're willing to sort of accept the so-called umbrella clauses that allow regulations on a more general basis. That topic hasn't been fully explored, and I think it in many ways it's outside the realm of labor law, although it could overlap. I think in many ways could perform a similar role to the regulations made during COVID under the Emergency Act. But certainly it's not a matter NEDLAC would have particular control over. It's it's the Minister of Forestry, Fisheries, and the Environment who has that power. So there are a range of issues, but that has a potential. At another level, informal documents can be published which don't have binding effect. We had, for instance, things like the National Development Plan. It sets a vision. It suggests standards. It tries to influence and persuade, but it doesn't bind anyone. But so once we remove away from the specific categories covered by actual statutes, such documents merely become sort of policy statements rather than documents that might in some way be enforceable. So it's a range of difficult issues, but it does seem to me that what is clear about the Code of Good Practice is that there are specific powers. It has a known status, and it has a definite coverage at the moment. Although some may, feel that is too narrow, and there is a process of that being extended. But this is a complex and broad-ranging issue, and I think there is scope for a range of different types of documents, guidelines, policies, but they either have limitations of scope or limitations as to their force. But I think the chair is correct that one has to look at that in an overall basis and see how all these issues can be covered. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, that helps a lot. Thank you very much, Paul, and thanks for giving us that guidance. I'm going to leave this session here. We do need to take a lunch break. It won't be the hour-long lunch break that we had envisaged because there's a bit of momentum that I'm wanting to continue to maintain here. So I'm going to ask us to do a 30-minute break for us to have our lunch, and then we can come back at 2:03 to take the presentation from Dr. Ruth, who will be talking to us about just transition, social protection in the just transition. So please, let's take a lunch break, and then we will be back after 30 minutes. there's someone that can close the door for me. Okay. So we're going to get into two more presentations. This one is going to deal with the issue related to social protection for a just transition. From the conversation we had earlier, social protection in the just transition is important, but civil society also wants us to elevate their role in the just transition to being broader than social protection. So actual participation in negotiation for a just transition. And that's a legitimate takeaway from today's session. But I think sort of the questions around social protection, we really want to kind of understand what we mean by that as opposed to just throwing around rhetoric and just saying you big. What do we mean when we say these things? And I think the most practical example has been through the Just Transition crew work that we just did with the consortium, and Dr. Ruth, you are a part of that, focusing on social protection. So I'm going to hand over to you to do your presentation. And you said you wanted to do this in 20 minutes, so good luck.
Oh,
Thank you so much, Chair. And thanks, Leohan. So I'm going to try to do this briefly so that we do have a little bit of time for discussion, because I'd actually be quite interested in receiving your feedback. But as Lebohang says, I sometimes get passionate, and on top of it, I missed part of the morning discussion. But I'm going to try to keep it short. And then if you have questions, you can raise them as they develop. So we were tasked by the PCC to undertake 3 pieces of research. One was around what is the projected employment effects of a transition to a low carbon economy. In other words, model what caps on emissions would do to the labor markets based on a sort of combination of South African labor force data and models from elsewhere. And the outcome of that, and keep in mind that models are kind of, what the outcome is a bit shaped by the assumptions of models. But the outcome of that modeling exercise was that over time, there would be a net employment growth in South Africa. So actually, unemployment in South Africa would decrease, provided that there was an increase in economic growth. Now we know that South Africa's economy has not benefited from high levels of economic growth. So there's already a question you can ask about the terms of those projections. But this is the modeling that happened, as you'll see over time. This is the number of unemployed workers as a result of a shift towards decarbonization. And so what you see is that over time, this number decreases, and we have 2 different scenarios there. However, despite this good news that there might be sort of net employment growth as a result of decarbonization, there will be job losses in particular sectors. And here, it's not about the sector itself, but it's about the profile of the type of worker vulnerable to job losses. And though that profile of worker is primarily concentrated in mining and agriculture. And so the framework for a just transition in South Africa recommends sector-specific and regionally targeted social protection interventions. But we immediately came across 3 problems. The first is that the impact is likely to extend beyond workers in the formal sector, because we know that one job has multiplier effects across an entire economy. So how do you distinguish, actually, who loses a job as a result of a shift to a low carbon economy and who doesn't? And that becomes even more difficult in the context of high levels of unemployment. How do you morally argue that person X is eligible for some kind of income support because their job was somehow tied to the coal or agricultural industry? and person Y, who lost a job for another reason, is not eligible. Politically, what does that do? Socially, what does that do, right? And third of all, if we then factor in not only the effects of decarbonization, but also the effects of climate change, right? Then all of a sudden, the employment effects are actually much more geographically universal than, and it becomes very difficult to do the kind of geographic targeting that the initial policy had in mind. And so this meant that we then moved for what I'll show you is a kind of onion shape of interventions that tries to move towards universal and comprehensive social protection. If the transition, we argue, is to be socially and politically viable, given the triple challenge of poverty, inequality, and unemployment, then a comprehensive social protection system is necessary. These are just some of the sector, sort of the modeling from the sectoral stuff. So then our challenge was to estimate the costs of 3 policy options aimed at expanding social protection, that we see as complementary to sector-specific proposals, like the work that was done by Haroon Borat looking at the coal industry. So our argument isn't that that isn't important, but that thinking about those is that this has to be core, right, to a strategy around a just transition. And that when you begin to look at sectors and particular firms, then you also start to bring in other issues around collective bargaining agreements and what is negotiated directly with capital and so on, that we didn't do here. This is an economy-wide modeling and costing exercise. The 3 scenarios we looked at then were a universal unemployment benefit. So we were really, I should also say, we did what we always critique people about, which is we reduced social protection largely to income support in our costing. And then within that, we looked specifically at unemployment as the sort of key problem, in part because our analysis identified that as one of the major gaps in South Africa's social protection system. So we costed a universal unemployment benefit for all unemployed adults with variations in grant value and coverage, which is of course one of the big things. You know, how do you guarantee levels of coverage that are adequate for people to be able to meet their reproductive needs? The second was around public employment programs. So seeing that as one of the policy instruments that can be leveraged, but not with an objective of providing basic income support, because that would be provided by a universal unemployment benefit, but rather providing some kind of job guarantee that would contribute and therefore would meet the demand of the state or of public infrastructure. So the sort of targets in terms of coverage there are not defined by the sheer number of unemployed people. That's the objective of the first modeling exercise, but rather of the absorption capacity of the states and municipalities to absorb workers in public employment programs, with the idea that this can also promote adaptation and so on and so on. And then the third is a just transition income support grant to workers directly affected by the transition, because that still was an issue that was important. So there's a kind of onion shape. The goal was not to recommend one option, but rather to provide an evidence base for planning, phasing, and financing strategies. And I think, you know, you'll see from the cost that some of these measures will require thinking about additional sources for raising revenue. But our position is that if you devise social protection plans based on the revenue available rather than on the needs, you will always be trapped in a context where social protection plays a residual role. So we need to at least have the evidence base of where it is that we want to go, and then we can think about how to get there. Just, you know, briefly, so this was kind of our methodology, which is probably less interesting. These were some of our assumptions for the costing exercise. So we were looking at a time horizon between 2026 and 2050, assuming population growth of 0.8% a year, a fixed rate of unemployment. So although we have this earlier modeling work that looks to see and says unemployment will decrease by half in the next 25 years, we felt like that data, we couldn't stand by that data. So we decided to stick with this fixed unemployment rate. But ideally what would happen is that over time, as unemployment reduces, then obviously the cost of social protection also reduces, right? So if this scenario does play out, then the fiscal burden would decrease over time. And we combine various different data sources, which you can see here. So just to kind of, this is a visual representation of what we were trying to do. We used this onion, this core onion that Professor Eddie Webster has published, many times throughout his work history, but that says, look, there's a core of formal sector workers, then there's outsourced, casualized, disguised, and unpaid workers, that is a much larger group, and then there's unemployed workers, right? And there's this kind of 3 layers, and we need to think about policies that address those 3 layers. I see some folks taking pictures, so I'll wait for a second. Oh, you're good. Okay, cool.
We're going to share the presentation with everyone.
So I'm going to share the conclusion so that if I go on too long, then, you won't miss the key thing. This is sort of where we arrived at, and then I'll show you the costing. So each of these has both its advantages and its limitations. So obviously the universal unemployment benefit has broad coverage. It's simple to administer. It builds on the social relief of distress grant. I think this was one of the key sort of dimensions of the study was, do we need to create new programs, or is this actually about building and strengthening the current social protection architecture? It would obviously have very strong impact on poverty and inequality. It would boost household demand in quite substantial ways, and it would support both informal and unpaid work. But of course, there is a high fiscal cost, and that then raises questions about whether any grant would be sufficient, could be set at a level that would be sufficient to meet households' needs, right? And I think that that's ultimately the impact, for instance, on poverty depends on the level of the grant. The public employment programs have the advantage that they can be leveraged for adaptation. There are existing programs, again, that can be scaled up. There's, there's a lot of thinking about how to actually create meaningful work and contribute to skills development. I think that those aspects could also be strengthened, and obviously it would contribute to the infrastructure needs in public services. It does have a high administrative cost, right? And there is this complexity around implementation, and it's not a solution to unemployment. So the question becomes, how does this connect to the second tier of the work that was commissioned by the PCC, which was around skills and pathways to employment, et cetera. But you're also ultimately constrained by the conditions of the labor market, right? You can't do miracles. So that's, and then the just transition income support compensates workers directly affected by employment losses, though, as I mentioned, how do you define that becomes a question we did in the modeling. But in real life, that's a different question. It has very limited fiscal burden because it's a very small number of people. And it could still, to some extent, allow for sort of income smoothing, but at a level that is nowhere near, right, like what a universal unemployment benefit would offer. And ultimately, it would be very, very difficult to administer. There's these ethical issues around who do you target and how, and really who is this supporting, if anyone at all. So while we did cost it.
I'm sorry, Ruth. I'm really sorry. We're going to have to make this announcement again. The person who's driving the white BMW, please, you're requested to move your car. Registration KC 15ZSGP. It's a white BMW. Please. Okay. Oh, there we go. We found the person. Thank you. Apologies, Ruth.
No, and so, we did various modelings looking at the food poverty line, at the lower bound poverty line, and up at the upper bound poverty line. And you can see here what the impacts are of these various lines. It's sort of difficult to maybe see all of them, but predictably, the minimalist scenario is the one that has the least, right? And then we kind of looked at both narrow and broad unemployment. So you might end up with a minimalist scenario, but focused on narrow unemployment. And that might be equal to the maximalist scenario. Sorry, a minimalist scenario focused on the broad unemployment might be equal to a maximalist scenario focused on narrow unemployment. So you can play around with the figures, but essentially the point is the maximalist scenario would cost about 3% of GDP additionally, whereas the minimalist one would cost 1% of GDP. When you look at what the average expenditure is for middle income countries, that's actually not an unacceptable amount, right? South Africa has a very expansive social protection system, but in terms of the fiscal burden of what already exists as a percentage of GDP, this is not outrageous to increase it by 1 to 3%, right? So this is sort of the most universal, but also at a level that would include the upper bound poverty line, which is, quite substantial, 1,634, significantly more than the SRD. Public employment programs here, we costed only for programs that were at the level of the national minimum wage. Our feeling was that we wanted to kind of challenge this idea that workers on these programs should earn below the minimum wage, right? That the argument for that, other than rationing expenditure, really didn't exist. And so we then costed, and here the minimalist and the maximalist were based on the actual coverage, ranging from 1 million to 2.4 million. And this was based on the data that we got from the presidential employment stimulus about what, in their experience, might be the absorption capacity. Their key, and as predictable, then, the range varies quite widely from 1% to 4.5%, because these programs are more expensive, right? So it would be more expensive to administer this kind of program in a maximalist scenario than universal income support. And then below the line is this just income support, or income support for just transition affected workers, which would increase the share of GDP somewhere between 0 and 0.5, because the number of workers is quite small, because according to our modeling, right, there's not going to be that many displaced workers. So I think that's about it in terms of the results of what the paper did. It did so in many pages, but that's kind of the kernel of it. I think the question then that's raised is, how do you finance this, right? And as I mentioned, the projected cost is in line with expenditure by middle income countries, but it must be matched by structural increases in revenue. And one of the things that we did put on the table was this proposal around the National Social Security Fund, which was tabled by NEDLAC, right? And there was the white paper, and then it was withdrawn. And I think ultimately one of the things that came out of the study, and perhaps the most contentious dimension, is that South Africa's social protection system reflects the history of inequality in the labor market. South Africa does not have a public pension fund. It has an unemployment insurance fund, but it doesn't have a public pension fund. Many countries, ranging from Mozambique, where I'm originally from, to the US, have some kind of public large social security fund that can be leveraged to cross-subsidize social assistance, right? So if you don't have some kind of public pension fund and you're not cross-subsidizing social assistance with your social insurance, that means that any kind of income support through social assistance is going to fall on the fiscus. In other words, as the social protection system in South Africa is currently structured, despite being expansive, its Achilles heel is that the bulk of financing for social protection, if we take into account social insurance and social assistance, is in private insurance funds controlled by asset managers, and those funds are, to a considerable extent, invested abroad. So they play no developmental role for South Africa. They play no redistributive role. Now, of course, under the current sort of political conjuncture, to suggest to create public funds becomes a matter of contention, right? But I think that in thinking about financing options, we need to go back to the debates around the National Social Security Fund, or else you'll always be tinkering around the edges of trying to raise a little bit of revenue here or there. And the responsibility will always stay solely on the state, and the state won't be able to benefit from the kind of redistributive architecture that social protection provides in other places. But since, that might take a little while, we did consider different options from the issue around corporate taxes, robot taxes, financial transaction taxes, which are actually one way of generating revenue quickly and in a progressive manner. The wealth tax, the fuel tax was also raised. But expenditure reform, ultimately, without revenue reform, is unsustainable. And in fact, it is that revenue reform that is the other side of the coin of redistribution. Okay? I think the final thing, sorry, I probably didn't stick to my time. I think the final thing is just, we also recognize that social protection and cash transfers and income support are not the only form of public provisioning, right? So if you have an extension of sort of income support, but by the same token, you have the privatization of healthcare, transport, education, water, et cetera, then you might take one step forward, but you end up taking 2 steps back. So we need to be careful that the social protection agenda is embedded within a sort of broader agenda around public provisioning. I'll leave it there. Sorry.
I understand, because these issues touch on political economy, social justice issues. So it ends up going there for us. And it's such a shame that we did so much work in NEDLEC on this National Social Security Fund for it to be withdrawn, and it doesn't seem to be coming back anytime soon. That's honestly the shame of it all. But I want to see if there are any questions for Ruth. If there are any questions for Ruth to answer. There's one over there. There's Clement, you've got Lisa, you've got anybody behind the pillars? No, okay. Okay, so you'll be the 4th, and then Jens is gonna be the 5th. Let's take those questions, Ruth, and then we'll go to the next presentation.
Yeah, thank you again. My name is Daniel Malus. I'm from Ritaupile. Ritaupile means volunteers. I have this question. If I have a bus that takes children from one school, from home to school, and this bus pours a gas, how do I claim credit for reducing the emission as a person, as an owner of the bus? That's number one. Number two is that how do you sell those carbon credits that we're doing, especially in Joburg and Pretoria, over this thing called the Rea Vaya and the rapid bus terminals? How do you sell this particular credit to companies that emit? I see in your business plan, it runs short of that business model. Because I know that as a globetrotter, there are companies that buys carbon credit for reduction of the emission, and I know that ESCOM. I'm not. In terms of the ESCOM business plan, right? In the business plan of ESCOM, there's what you call the reduction of the megawatts. So I want to understand from the study that you've created, what is the business modeling? And I think as beneficiaries of this particular, I'm sitting very nicely to the mic, but I think as beneficiaries of the climate change level, I think we must benefit as MPOs, because I think this money cannot go to capital, all of it. So we start now. It's not a BEE, this one. And I don't think it's a CSI. Again, this is a new economy. So we're aiding. That's in the language they saying it's that means we're aiding a piece of the slide of the job that we are doing as civil society. That we want 5% of the carbon credit. It's a proposal. I thank you.
Thank you for that. Clement?
Okay, my name is Clement Mwepudi from the Grassroots for Climate Action. I'm advocating mostly for persons with disabilities and the marginalized. I would like to ask a question about social dialogue. We speak about social dialogue, but we don't consider, like Member Koma said, we have to know this just transition. You know, just transition. We don't have to say it's just transition. It have to be ambitious. You know, ethical, and also we have to think, to recognize the cultures of other marginalized people. I would like to say the Paris Agreement, we have submitted the NDCs, but we didn't include our code of conduct and code of practice. That's why I say code of conduct, because I can see we're taking the long try. We're talking about code of good practice, but already there are no good practices. The just transition energy, just energy transition implementation plan started 2023, it's ending next year, but nothing have happened. We don't show anyone at our location. There's no social examples that we can show that what this just transition is doing for us as social, as civil society, as the grassroots level. But the people who bring the technology transfer, Article number 10 of Paris Agreement, who transfer technology to us. I'm sorry, like you from Denmark, ne? You bring the technology and your companies from Denmark gain for selling us the skill, which means we are importing also the skill. We don't import what the developed countries have to do for the developing countries. The Paris Agreement has said the developed countries have to assist the developing countries. But here we are still buying what have to be belongs to us. Again, the capacity building, we don't have capacity. All of us here, we don't have capacity for what we are facing here. Even you have gained it through what you have achieved because you are a developed country. For now, lastly, I would like also to say to NEDLEC, we are your social partners, but it seems as if you are choosy because we are dealing with environment. We are on the ground. We, the grassroots community, we are on the ground, and we always do the awareness to the community. But the community always asks us, why that people getting solars? We don't have solars. You know, but we are always saying, no, renewable energy is people's power. But mostly we say people's property. But the people who are profiting are the same people who are bringing us, which they have to bring a technology to us. But I would like to say that affecting our social life, because even the 350s now are going to be ended. You see, we are thinking about doing something like when you say in Mozambique, if you don't have that money, you can't leave. But for now, the dog eat the small dog, because now we are hoping for something that will give us opportunity, that will change our life. That's why when you say transition, it's simple it is to change. We are changing to what we don't know. But other thing, that's why I was talking about nuclear, brother. Nuclear, if you know the bad stories of Hiroshima, we don't consider it, we're making us more confused, because even in the location, we are always in the PCC, but it's getting tougher and tougher the more we go, because now we have talked too much. We are talking too much here, but we don't have implementation. The billions, even Trump have withdrawn the money from pledging. The money which was pledged have been withdrawn. Which money now we are planning on? Because the more the severe the climate change become, the more the money we need. That's why Article 9, climate finance, we need. Article 10, we need technology transfer. And Article number 11, we need capacity building so that we are capable of what we are doing here. Because we can't do the code without having a capacity of implementing it. We have to implement now. We don't have to always talk, because even our people ask us, we are in danger because we are the eyes and the ears and the mouth of the people. Other people are here just to run maybe the payroll or just to run what is happening here. But we are not here to fight. We are in the room as civil society. We are lucky enough, we are only civil society. But the groups like Earthlife Africa is empowering us as community-based organization. All what they do, they want to do what is right. But if they implement what is right, the law, the code of good practice is not there in our country. We have to implement also the code of good of conduct, because even the PCC as a commission have to have power to prosecute those who emit, those who pollute, so that we can retrieve those carbon tax money and those money to achieve our social protection, so that people have a social efficiency and have a security in social life. Thanks.
Thank you, Clement. Lisa?
Yeah, my point is a small one related to the discussion that we had this morning. Is that when I did the work on social protection for potential as an instrument, I came to the same conclusion that it is just too problematic to design a social protection measure as government for a group of workers who somehow can be defined as vulnerable or affected by the just transition. It's, and by that I don't mean the organized workers, I mean even broader workers. You think again about the story about Kamati. How do you distinguish between the woman that sells fit cook outside the power station and the woman that sells fit cook outside the Shabin in the township? So I agree that the role of the state has to be in universal, non-criteria protection. But it doesn't mean to say that employers, especially big employers in the mining sector, cannot think, and it is in the comparative international experience, of ways in which they can also support income replacement. But it would need to be more specific, there it would be like tuition allowances, relocation allowances. So, I think we can put that within the broader definition. We could put it, and argue that employers also have a responsibility for social protection stroke income replacement. Thanks.
Thank you for that, Lisa. Jens, before I come to you, can I just take the gentleman at the back and then we'll finish off with you.
Good afternoon. I'm Gordon Ayres from the Southern African Biogas Industry Association. So thank you very much. Thank you to the speaker before me. Really kind of put the numbers together. Essentially, I've been listening, which people that know me is quite an unusual situation. What do we actually want to do? And I think we need to go back to the wording, the just energy transition. We are boxing around a social differencing. We're not actually looking after what we are trying to do. If you close a mine, if you open a mine and close a mine, there is a mine rehabilitation document. You have to put that land back as it was or better. You cannot just walk away. Now, as much as I say that, a power station is very much like a mine in an area. They have brought in people, they have created communities, they've put in water, they've put in all these bits and pieces, all of which is paid for by the fact that it's there exactly like a mine. There is no physical difference from a mine. And exactly the same like a mine, they should put that back into the condition that it was or better. They cannot just walk away. So I always take these problems in terms of what I know. And what I know is social-based biogas, where you can use waste, you can use plants, you can use basically anything as long as it's organic to create energy. And not just energy, but a very high quality organic fertilizer that can come out the back. So I actually worked on the Kamati Power Station project. And it was interesting to hear what a disaster it was. But essentially, our idea was to take the Optima mine, which was next door, that is now depleted, rehabilitate it, and turn that land into an energy crop. You cannot grow food crop on mine-damaged soil because of the heavy metals, but you can definitely turn it into an energy crop. That energy crop then gets run through a biogas process and gets turned into CNG, compressed natural gas. That then gets used by the power station using one of our very expensive, totally owned open gas cycle turbines to generate a peaking plant. So no job losses, actually job increases So my problem is that I see things in a very basic way. And the basic way that I'm seeing is Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Who is actually impacted by this mine closing or by this power station closing or by the transition? And the fact is, it is everybody within that community structure. It is not one person or the person that had a job. It is everybody. One problem I have with a universal grant, I mean, I like the whole idea. I love the safety blanket of it. And I think that it's important for us to structurally move ahead with that. But is it the correct place in this dialogue? Is this document the place to do that? Or is this place where we say, okay, great, let's take people that are impacted and start to upskill them. We do not want to turn our entire country into a country of beggars. We want to turn them into workers, into positive young people. Let's give them work to do. As much as people say to me, oh, the youth are lazy, you got to be crazy. We offer jobs in the townships and we offer 4 jobs. You know how many people I have lining up for those 4 cuck jobs? I have got tons of people. And I say to them, guys, this is basic. Yes, please, give us a chance. They are wanting to. So I'd like to take this fund and I'd like to say, okay, let's do what the name says. Let's do the just energy transition. Let's take that fund and make small biogas digesters in townships. Let's take that fund and educate youth on managing wastewater plants. Let's take that fund and do separation of waste at source so that the youth can actually do something with that waste. Let's use that fund to actually create works, not dependencies. And that's my point on this. Thank you.
You've been waiting patiently. And I hear you. You are 100% correct. I mean, Ruth is going to come in and talk about this. In no way is there an intention to create a dependency. What we do understand, however, is that doing the work of creating alternative economic opportunities does have time lags. That's the fact of that's just what happens. Practically, it's what we've seen. You have an intention, things take time, especially if you're going to go through a particular bureaucracy to try and get to things. And what do you do when you have these people that require support now? We can't leave them to starve. So there's also a manner in which there's a sequencing issue. And the paper that Ruth drafted does speak to that, around the fact that you're not, and this is why she's basing it on the premise of a modeling exercise that she did around economic opportunities that do eventually become, that are online. So you're not giving the support forever, and you're not creating that dependency. But Ruth, you're going to have a chance to come in on that. Jens, if you can come in, and then we give Ruth a brief moment to reflect, because this is also a listening session for us. We're going to do further work after this, so there's no pressure to answer everything.
Thanks. How do I follow that? Huh? That was very passionate. I love that intervention. Though, just very quickly, thanks a lot, Ruth. So my name is Jens. I'm from the International Labour Organization. So just a very quick comment in terms of course, we know the impact of climate change is going to exacerbate already life cycle risk, right? You know, one hand, the impact of slow onset of climate change, and the other hand, the impact of the policies, as Matilda spoke about earlier. So, and in some countries, what we're beginning to see is voluntary social protection schemes. So I wonder whether you've done any modeling around that in South Africa, because I think there are people out there that are willing to contribute in the informal economy to some form of social protection, not the social protection floor where you have social health protection and some minimum income support, but also unemployment benefits like that. And is there, you know, fiscal space for that? So instead of having an employer that contributes, you have the state contributing. So you have the contributions from the own account worker, the informal economy worker, whatever, and then you have the South African government. Is there fiscal space for that? Because I think that could be an interesting another layer to put onto this modeling.
Ruth, And you've only got 5 minutes for all of this, so.
Thanks. Thanks for these interesting questions and provocative suggestions. So I'm going to start backwards. The answer, Jens, is we didn't look at that here. We did not. We have looked at it in other places on the African continent. What we found is that voluntary contributory schemes tend to not be very effective because they're voluntary. They're targeting low wage workers, and they, until now, have largely not been, there hasn't been actually a co-contribution from anyone. And I think it would be very interesting to look at, well, what if there is a cross-subsidization of contributory schemes by the state? So thank you. I think to the comment from, sorry, I didn't catch your name. I think that the beginning of what you said connects to what Lisa said, and Lisa was very instrumental in kind of moving us away from the sectoral approach. So I want to say thank you. Which is, what is the role of companies and large companies, right? And there is precedent for companies taking responsibility for workers' social reproduction after their employment contracts. We see that, for instance, in the mining sector with scoliosis, right? And sort of mine workers that are still getting treatment and so on. And I think that that could be extended to thinking about social protection. Obviously, the universal dimension, and here perhaps, with all of the debates, I should be clear, we're not proposing universal basic income. We're proposing a universal unemployment benefit to fill the gap, right, in the social protection system. And that's important because, of course, people want to work. And all of the studies that have been done with the unemployed show that people want to live, not survive, right? That's the point is, not everybody gets to. What happens to the 3 people that show up, right, to your workplace and that you can't hire because you only have 1 position and 4 people showed up? And so the unemployment benefit is to guarantee well-being in society while all of these other things are happening. They're not a replacement for it, as Lebohang already said. And I think that to the first 2 contributions, there's a question about, it's very difficult to separate, as you highlighted, between what is a direct impact of the just transition and what are all of the other inequalities that exist in life. And I think that ultimately, a project may end next year. The question is, how do we move this debate about justice into one that is thinking about challenging inequality more broadly in South Africa? And that means building on the infrastructure that already exists, that is embedded within a sort of, already within these debates. And perhaps, to end, the carbon credits are a way of financing social protection. We didn't put that there. We didn't explore it because, as you probably know, academics don't really come up with business plans. That's why we ended up at the university. But I think that thinking about sort of global financing options is important. Of course, the current political conjuncture, global conjuncture, makes this kind of discussion around global solidarities, global funds, climate reparations very difficult to imagine. But hopefully in a few years that will no longer be the case. Okay. There's also lots of questions.
I'm really rushing for time. We do need to wrap, and we've got people that are waiting. So it's just 10 seconds.
Yes. Yes, I was just asking this because we are going to the state nation, the budgets for the countries, because we have to consider also the climate and the just transition project and finance in our national budget. It must not be as things that is sitting on the side. Thanks.
I agree with you 100%. I agree. Okay, thank you very much, Ruth. Thanks for making time to chat with us today. And again, we'll be making the presentations available to everyone. And this is also the type of stuff we're also going to be thinking about. All right. I'm going to request that we get into the international experience from Colombia and Indonesia with regards to civil society participation in negotiating for a just transition. They each have only 10 minutes to speak, and then after that, we're just going to get some reflections from the room to see how you're feeling about this process, and then we'll take you to some way forward around the process that we're going to follow, because this is going to take us this is going to take us the whole year to kind of do, so we want to take you through that process. So I would like to invite, I believe it's Juliana from Colombia, to give your 10-minute reflection.
Yes, thank you. Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so good morning for me and good afternoon for you. I'm Juliana Peña. I'm Colombia Country Manager at NRGI. And I would like to share with you a work that we have developed in our country since 2023. And it's about building narratives that support just energy transition. And this process has been done with different social actors. And if it's okay, I can share a presentation. Just 1 second, please. I know that we have 10 minutes. I have 10 minutes, so I'll try to go through the presentation really quick. So are you seeing the PowerPoint?
Yes, if you could just put it in presentation mode. Or if not, Juliana, we could just follow it in this format. It's fine, as long as you can send it to us so that we can share it with participants here today.
Okay. It's it. Okay. Sorry. Yep. Okay, so I would like to start by giving a quick context about the country, and then I would like to explain a bit about these narratives, what are narratives and how they can support just energy transition. And then I would like to tell you a bit about our process and then some lessons learned from the work that we have done from the past years. So about the context, many of you might know that our current president, Gustavo Petro, he positioned the energy transition as at the center in the political agenda. So it was a window of opportunity for civil society and communities to start to engage with these discussions. But what we had found is that the public discourse was a headwind against just energy transition. So we identified that transforming the public discourse was an essential strategy for advancing a just energy transition agenda. And this is why we started this initiative focusing on narratives, changing narratives, because it's a powerful tool for policy and social change around the energy transition. So narratives are this type of stories, key messages that you can hear frequently in the media, in social media, or in discourses, right? And these public discourses, in Colombia's case, for example, can reproduce existing unequal power dynamics and inequity. So in the case of Colombia and the energy transition, we found that narratives were rooted in the current and historical reality of inequity and power asymmetries. So we also found that they were dominant by like political and economic actors, but no civil society actors or local actors, women or indigenous people. They were out of these like narratives that are dominant in the public discourse. So for us was a key issue trying to build alternative narratives that proposes a different vision and that reflect the same. Otherwise, it will reflect the same inequality and inequity that we see today. So we think that narratives are a powerful tool because it can generate emotional connection. So you can promote empathy that can influence how people and policymakers perceive and respond to a specific issue, create identification and belonging. So we tend to identify with narratives that reflect our own experiences, values, and identities. And also an important issue is that grounding abstract concepts in reality, because sometimes people cannot fully understand, for example, the implications of the energy transition and can feel that this is really far away for the daily lives. So this could help to get them closer to their perceptions. So how was our process? We co-created a meta-narrative on just energy transition, and we formed a group of 31 participants from different areas, producing areas of the country. And the aim was to bring new perspectives into the public debate. So this meta-narrative aim to build the foundation for a transition that prioritizes equity, inclusion, participation, and well-being over extraction and profit. So you can see here the regions of where we invited local communities or actors, and we formed this group, but that also was formed by NGOs and also people from academia, and also for international and national networks. And what we wanted to do is to challenge those dominant narratives in Colombia. So we wanted that this meta-narrative created a political space for new stories rooted in people's lived experiences and aspirations, particularly those of local actors in regions where energy transition will be implemented. So for us, policy stories and collective narratives are powerful tools for social and political change. So this is a way to bring new issues into the public agenda and help shift formal governance structures. So finally, our meta-narrative was grounded in local realities, and one of the principles of this like big story was that people could adapt those key messages to their social, cultural, and economic specificities of the context of each region. And here you can see what were the key themes that were included in the meta-narrative. So for example, for this group was very important territorial justice, so avoiding new forms of extractivism and preventing regions from becoming sacrifice zones again, environmental protections, human rights and governance, energy democracy, environmental restoration, and economic alternatives was part of the discussions that we had. And also, in parallel, we conducted a research to build a baseline. So we tried to review articles from different media to identify these like dominant narratives in the public discourse. So for doing this, we partnered with University of Sussex, and through AI tools, we identify what were the dominant narratives in the public discourse. So here in this, you can see in the first column the dominant narratives, And then with this process and with the group, we try to build alternative narratives to respond to the dominant narrative and to elaborate key messages that can counterbalance those dominant narratives in the public discourse. So here you can see the whole process. So we started in 2023 with the group, like trying to build the meta narrative. And then in 2024, we elaborated these alternative narratives and agree on those key messages. And then we had some territorial workshops to bring that meta narrative in the local context and adapt that messages. And then in 2025, we have partnered with some local organizations to disseminate these narratives. And for example, in the case of gas, promote alternative sources of energy for domestic use. And in the case of an university in the north of the country, to position narratives about energy communities. That is one of the main strategies that is undergoing in the country right now. And about the lessons that we have learned during this process is that this meta-narrative and the key messages are already being adopted by different NGOs, local communities, and they are being disseminated and used in different ways. And during the whole process, this process allowed us to empower local actors and actors that weren't participating in national conversations. So we managed to give visibility through these policy spaces to these different perspectives, no? And also we identified that in some regions, discussions about energy transition are quite advanced, but also in some others, specifically in oil producing regions, there is still a major information gaps. And that was a challenge for us to get those actors engaged and involved in the conversation. So we needed to level the knowledge of all the group and all the people about energy transition. So we had to conduct some capacity building sessions in order to have the whole group with the same level of understanding. And we also know that this is a long-term process because you cannot see right now the changes in the public discourse, but it is a process that have managed to gather different voices from civil society and for local communities and agree on some minimum consensus about what justice mean for local realities and how these key messages can be positioned in the public discourse. And now we are using this during elections period. And we are in the process of position these key messages during this year for new elections for presidency. So I'll stop here and thank you.
Thank you very much, Juliana. Thanks for that intriguing presentation around shaping narratives. That's a big exercise and not very easy to do, especially when there's contestation. So it's really good to see that civil society is spearheading the conversation around combating and also just confronting the negative stereotypes and narratives that emerge when talking about the transition. And it's good that civil society is leading on this work. I'm going to move on to, is it Mona? For your 10-minute input. Mona will be giving us reflections from the Indonesian example. So Mona, we're going to hand over to you. You've got 10 minutes.
Okay, hopefully you can hear my voice clearly because currently I'm in remote area in West Nusa Tenggara Barat, so it's already 10 p.m. here. So hopefully the internet will be stable during my speaking. Could you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, sure. Okay. Yeah, I'm Mona from Publish What You Pay Indonesia. We are a member of a Research Justice Network. And in Indonesia, we have like 31 local civil society. Most of our members are based in a region that rich with natural resources and also oil and gas. And also we focus on the natural resources governance and also the energy transition. So what I will share with you today is mostly about how to, why my presentation didn't move on. Okay, I think I'm not gonna share my presentation. It's a bit freeze here. So the presentation is not move on. I think I stop here. I will share about how to make sure the principle for just and inclusive energy transition will be included in the energy transition, especially in Indonesia case. And what we are doing since Publish What You Pay doing since 2020, since the announcement of Just Energy Transition Partnership in Indonesia, we did a lot of research and also advocacy so that what local community thought about definition of just energy transition
Mona, we're
and the
really struggling
indicators
to
that
hear
they want the
you.
government to adopt is will be
Mona.
included in the just
Mona,
energy
could you maybe
transition
switch off your
framework in
camera? That could help you
Indonesia.
with a bit of bandwidth.
So yeah, could you hear my voice? I'm a bit confused with